Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We're following three big stories for you this morning. The ongoing debate on how to handle squeegee kids continues. How city leaders reacted when we asked the hard questions. And as crime crisis continues in Baltimore City, the police department struggles to fill vacant positions. How the numbers are opening are comparing to previous years. Plus, a violent crisis in the classroom, the alarming trend being seen amongst our youngest. Good Friday morning. It is October 7th, Purple Friday here. And I got to be honest with you, I was so happy leaving yesterday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, the reason I was happy, because it was just so sunny outside. Yeah, it was beautiful.
And you're leaving work, you're going home.
Well, that too, but I mean, over the rain, man, over the rain.
I know, absolutely, Taylor. Yeah, and we saw a gorgeous afternoon yesterday. Temperatures almost 80 degrees, lots of sunshine, and guess what? We get to do it again today for your Friday. Overall, right now, not looking too bad. We're going to see the top of the Transamerica building there on Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam. Everything nice and clear with temperatures that are mainly in the 50s. Actually, a little bit warmer this morning than where we were yesterday at this time. So mid to upper 50s, just a bit of a chill in the air. A cool and clear morning leading to a warm afternoon and much cooler, though, however, for tomorrow. So we will have a cooler start to the weekend. Morning drive is looking good. Mid to upper 50s over the next couple of hours on your commute and dry conditions, and will eventually slide into the lower 60s by about 9 a.m. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Taylor?
All righty, let's check the Leadstiller traffic network for your drive times. We see a bit of a slowdown there on I-75 to I-95. We'll check on that and give you an update when we've got one. We begin this morning with a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is pressing city leaders about what they're doing to keep drivers and squeegee kids safe. It comes after a story we brought you Wednesday about a man accused of shooting two squeegee kids. The arrest affidavit says he shot them after he says they stole thousands of dollars from his mom using Cash App. At 5 o'clock, Olivia Dance will join us live with the questions we're asking to city council members. Police say a former Baltimore City police officer killed his stepson in Anne Arundel County back in 2021. Fox 45 News sat down with the child's mother, still reeling from the pain of losing everything after her husband shot and killed her 15-year-old son. Fox 45's Alexa Ashwell is sharing her story.
The mother, who is Eric Banks' estranged wife, believes he took the easy way out in not letting this case go to trial, and tells me she looks forward to his sentencing.
I want them to know that he was special.
From across the country and inside the new home she now shares with her two sons, Latrice Banks tearfully opens up about the murder of her 15-year-old son, Desan Jones, and her estranged husband, former Baltimore police officer Eric Banks, who appeared in court just this week for his stepson's murder.
You were hoping that this would go to trial?
Yes, it needed to.
Banks, who has been in custody since his stepson Desan's body was found inside a crawl space of his home in Anne Arundel County back in July 2021, entered into an Alford plea, acknowledging the jury would have likely found him guilty of murder, but not admitting any guilt. Latrice calling it the easy way out.
Because to me, it doesn't say I did it, but it says there's enough evidence to say I did it. So, let's just say you did it then. Instead. So I still have those feelings that, no, I'm not happy with it.
Latrice recalling that day.
I had that feeling.
She had just left court for a hearing for another protective order against Banks. The two, she said, had been having marital issues. In this court document writing, I am in fear for my life and well-being because Eric Banks keeps trying to control, follow, and emotionally abuse myself and my sons. Hours later, officers found Desan's body inside Banks' home after Latrice called police saying she hadn't heard from her son and was concerned. Banks was taken into custody. Court documents detailing he tried to disarm the responding officer after the discovery, telling him, "You're going to have to end this."
I knew it. And he was my baby. So I knew it. And we found him. He was unresponsive.
A medical examiner later determining Desan died of asphyxiation. Latrice haunted by the missing pieces as to exactly what happened.
Yes, because we don't know. We only know that, what the medical examiner said.
A mother left now with only the memory of her firstborn child, a young man filled with much love and promise.
Dashawn's light and his love and his caring, kind heart will live on.
The mother says she has started a foundation for children who are victims of child abuse in honor of her son. As for Banks, he's scheduled to be sentenced December 9th. Latrice Banks says she'll be there. Alexa Ashwell, Fox 45 News.
In less than 30 days, a law aimed at curtailing dangerous dirt bike riding and stunt driving in city streets goes into effect. Brandon Scott signed off on that on Monday. It has not yet been a deterrent. Take a look at this dash cam video from Greenmont Avenue. This was taken just last night. A Fox 45 News photojournalist captured this video. He says there were about 20 to 30 bikes on the street. We have new details this morning on a report on the efforts to clear pollution in Baltimore's Inner Harbor. The Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore releasing new data on the progress it's making to allow the harbor to be more swimmable and fishable again. Organizers say the report shows a positive trend, and that's the goal, but they caution against swimming in most cases. The report card for this year shows the lower bacteria in the water and a significant reduction in sewer overflows.
Problems are being fixed, and the water is getting cleaner. And it's still time. It's time for us to embrace the harbor as a recreational resource.
The Waterfront Partnership says a statewide ban on foam containers has also led to a big reduction of trash in the harbor picked up by the trash wheels. While most of the report card showed positive trends, sections of the waterfront still scored low on bacteria safety for humans, and progress on improving pollution was set back by issues at the Papsco Water Waste Treatment Plant. Tension this morning as President Biden compares Russia's nuclear threats to the Cuban Missile Crisis. The latest warning just ahead. And it's a warmer day ahead. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what the weekend conditions look like.
Time right now, just about 4:40 on your Friday morning, and we are looking out. Not too bad right now. Towson camera a little fuzzy right now, but overall everything is looking good. And you are seeing temperatures that are mainly in the 50s at this hour. So here's a look at your out the doorcast. Maybe a light jacket this morning. Definitely more of those sunglasses for later today, as we'll have plenty of sunshine. A few clouds here and there. Overall, for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours, it's still cool with temperatures in the 50s. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect today and a cooler weekend forecast as well. That's coming up in a few. Taylor?
Making headlines this morning, at least 24 preschoolers and 11 adults dead after an attack at a daycare in Thailand. The gunman, a 34-year-old former police officer, he was fired from the force this year because of a drug offense.
I feel deep sadness towards the victims and relatives. Nobody thought this would happen.
He actually had just left drug court before this shooting. Now, they say he fired on children who were sleeping and teachers in the classroom. At least 12 more people were hurt as the gunman ran from the school, shooting while driving through a crowd of bystanders. Investigators say the man went home and killed his wife and child before taking his own life. We're learning new details about a deadly stabbing on the Las Vegas Strip. Police say 2 victims have died. There are at least 6 other survivors. Now, they were taken to the hospital. Their conditions this morning were not disclosed. A witness told our Sinclair sister station he saw a showgirl on the ground in a pool of blood. A suspect is in custody. The motivation for this attack is not yet known. Fox 45 News continues to seek transparency from the Safe Streets program. We ask, is the mayor hiding something? His response just ahead.
It's a month-long campaign called Sober October. I'm Liz Bonus. We share some of the benefits, maybe for someone you love. It is just ahead.
And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. While Americans are still digesting that historic $31 trillion price tag on debt released this week, we're going to be talking wasteful government spending in our Waste of the Week this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. In your health headline news this morning, an international trend to give up alcohol for 30 days. Well, it's getting a lot of support. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares what's behind the idea of Sober October.
Hey there, everybody. Sober October is an initiative which encourages people to give up alcohol for the month, just the month, something those who've struggled with addiction say can have surprising health benefits.
So started when I was about 12 or 13 and ended up not getting sober until I was 23.
J.B. Whitehouse says he's a fan of Sober October because in spite of the way alcohol is an accepted part of many celebrations this month, such as Oktoberfest, in his case, and for his friend Aaron Lane, it was a gateway to addiction.
I struggled with a lot of different substances, alcohol being the first one, and that kind of led into things like pharmaceuticals, pills, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines.
Both are now several years sober and work with others who need comprehensive treatment. They say the first health benefit to giving up alcohol for the month, it can improve how you feel.
It's something to maybe try out, you know, if you're on the fence or you think, maybe I've been drinking too much lately. It's a perfect opportunity, to be able to try Sober October and see how you feel.
Second health benefit to giving up booze for a month, it may help you turn pandemic pitfalls around.
But as a result of the pandemic and people using those substances more, and some people not really being able to stop, something like this month, you can readdress it. You can say, look, if I can stop drinking for even a week, let's see how that could improve my life.
Third reason, no regrets.
Anybody can, that has had a drink or has been drunk before has done something that they regret, right? I believe that is a universal thing. But no one ever regrets getting sober.
By the way, Sober October, just a great way to show support for those you love, even if you're not concerned about your own risk. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, let's get straight over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at our forecast this Purple Friday. Good morning, Justin.
Yeah, good morning, Taylor, and good morning, everybody. Taking a look at our temperatures right now. Overall, mainly in the 50s. You can always see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen and some forecast details on the bottom of your screen. That's up even during commercial breaks right here at Fox 45. Looking out right now from our downtown camera, overall, not much to get in your way. Overall, we are at 57. That's the current temperature at BWI, the official number in Baltimore, with a little westerly wind at about 5 to 10 miles an hour at this time. Grab that cup of joe, enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us over the next couple of hours. Numbers will be in the mid to upper 50s on your Rise and Shinecast. Sun comes up at 7:08 and goes to bed at 6:40 tonight. So we are definitely seeing the shorter daylight hours as we are now into fall. Here's a look at your average high, 72. A lot of us will be near those averages, low to mid 70s here for the Hereford Zone and Cockeysville over to Reisterstown, 74 at Westminster and Eldersburg, close to 80 today in Baltimore City and 78 for you in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. For numbers or for areas here to the south of Baltimore and Howard and Anne Arundel County, mid to upper 70s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Odenton, 77 in Glen Burnie and Severna Park down through Annapolis at about 76. Even the Eastern Shore getting in on some of those mid to upper 70s across the board here for the afternoon. Now, taking a look at our temperature tracker, we're going to stay above average today, but look what happens. Those numbers are going to drop significantly tomorrow. Highs are only going to be in the lower 60s as that cold front comes in, but it's a rebound quickly into Sunday and Monday as those numbers start climbing, and we're actually back near average toward the middle of next week. Here's a look at our future scan. So this is a cold front that's going to be coming through later this afternoon. We will see some increased cloud cover, really not tracking much in the way of shower activity. It'll be a bit breezy tomorrow morning and definitely cooler, but overall we do stay dry, so we're not seeing rain for the immediate future. And even as we head towards Sunday, Sunday looks even better with a very nice fall afternoon. Sunday night looks great for that game over there at M&T Bank Stadium. And then we'll see Monday also looking pretty good with another cold front coming in early next week, but it's still not going to do much in terms of changing up our weather pattern or bringing any more rain. 24 days out until Halloween. We're 35 days from today. That's Veterans Day, so 5 weeks away. 48 days until Thanksgiving and 73 days until Hanukkah, with Christmas inside of 80 days right now. All right, here's a look at that 7-day forecast for you. Upper 70s today, but again, we're going to wake up in the upper 40s tomorrow. It will be cooler and breezy with highs in the lower 60s on Saturday. Mid-60s Sunday, great for tailgating Sunday afternoon. Of course, that is a night game there for the Ravens. And then we're going to see those upper 60s and lower 70s into Monday and Tuesday of next week. So those numbers do start to rise a little bit. Really, our next chance for rain isn't until about Thursday of next week. Back to you.
All right, to check now the Lynn Stiller Traffic Network, and we're seeing a higher volume of traffic on 695 southbound by I-70. No accidents reported right now, but you can see they're really just trucking it along very slowly this morning. We'll check in right now with mass transit. Let's head over to talk to Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 403 operating with about a 5-minute delay for the start. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. Out there on Light Rail Link, expect about a 20 to 30-minute delay in your travels there for the start. Allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link. Metro Subway Link looking good, though. No delays between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A Baltimore man charged with attempted murder for luring away 2 Squeegee kids before shooting them. How city leaders are responding to the tough questions.
I'm Christine Frizzau in Washington, where President Biden has just made a major announcement about drug policy, how the new move could impact thousands of Americans.
All right, now to Consumer Alert. The week started with a 2-day rally, and it's run off 2 straight losses. The Dow losing nearly 350 points, and the S&P 500 losing a percentage point. Investors await this jobs report. It's coming out this Friday at 8:30 this morning. It'll be a big one. That's because the Federal Reserve is dead set on stopping inflation through higher interest rates. Such actions are designed to bring down demand, which could result in layoffs. Back in August, Fed Chair Jerome Powell laid out those plans.
That we must keep at it until the job is done. History shows that the employment costs of bringing down inflation are likely to increase with delay as high inflation becomes more entrenched in wage and price setting.
Now, new applications for unemployment benefits went up last week, suggesting the job market is cooling down. According to the Department of Labor, claims rose by 29,000 last week, hitting 219,000 jobless claims. Generally reflect layoffs, which have stayed close to the pre-pandemic levels, average for the most part of the year. Meanwhile, a risk of global recession is increasing. That's what the managing director of the International Monetary Fund is saying. During a talk at Georgetown University, the director said things are likely to get worse before they get better, citing Russia's invasion of Ukraine, as well as inflation. The IMF now expects economic growth for the next year to be 2.9%. This as the Federal Reserve and other central banks continue hiking interest rates to tame high inflation. Making headlines this morning, federal investigators believe they have enough evidence to charge Hunter Biden with tax crimes and making false statements for a gun purchase. This from a Washington Post exclusive report. The president's son has been under investigation since 2018. It'll be up to prosecutors to decide if Hunter Biden will be charged. The U.S. attorney in Delaware, a Trump nominee, is supervising this case. A lawyer for Hunter Biden accuses investigators of improperly leaking information, according to the Post report. Meanwhile, a big announcement from the White House. President Joe Biden is pardoning all prior federal offenses for simple marijuana possession. National correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us the details of this historic move.
It's a move that could impact thousands of people. President Biden announcing he will pardon all prior federal offenses of simple possession of marijuana. And he's asking governors to do the same in regards to state offenses. This is the most expansive move yet from this White House when it comes to U.S. drug policy. And the White House is taking it even further, asking the Departments of Justice and Health and Human Services to review how marijuana should be scheduled under federal law. Currently, remember, marijuana remains illegal under federal law, but we've seen individual states take different actions. It's now legal for medical purposes in 37 states, but many of those have also allowed for recreational uses as well. President Biden saying too many lives have been upended because of our failed approach to marijuana, adding, "It's time we right these wrongs." How this will play politically will be something to watch in the run-up to the midterm elections. While marijuana laws have not been discussed much by congressional candidates this year, Republicans have in the past been more likely to oppose efforts to legalize it. And Biden's move could play into the larger soft-on-crime attacks they've been using against Democrats. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
In your international news this morning, a dire warning from President Biden that nuclear war is as close as it's ever been since the Cuban Missile Crisis. He's referring to Russian President Vladimir Putin. He says, not joking when he talks about the use of tactical nuclear weapons or biological chemical weapons. The comments made at a Democratic Senate fundraiser alluding to the massive territorial and human losses by the Russian army in eastern Ukraine. A citywide officer shortage adding to the crime crisis in Baltimore, how the vacancies could be connected to the Squeegee kid problem.
Fox 45 News is pressing city council members on the Squeegee kid issue. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear their answers that are anything but reassuring.
As we step a few steps closer to the weekend, we're going to be taking a look at those numbers as we head into the weekend and talk about just how much cooler we'll be. We'll break it all down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, 4:58 now on this Friday morning, October 7th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers as we're inching closer to the weekend.
Yeah, feeling good, guys. Good morning to both of you. And our numbers outside right now, not too bad, mainly in the 50s. You can see those on the right side of your screen there. And looking out over the Inner Harbor, not a bad start to your day today. You can check out these numbers here statewide. 48 in Cumberland, lower 50s in Hagerstown, 57 actually in Westminster, and 54 your temp in Baltimore City this hour. So a cool and clear morning, a warm afternoon ahead, and then we will be much cooler for tomorrow. Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive. Numbers in the low to mid 50s over the next couple of hours and staying dry as well. High temps today will be in the mid to upper 70s, so well above average for at least one more day. Then we'll take a closer look at what we can expect as we head later into the weekend and for the Ravens game Sunday night as well, coming up.
Well, now to your Len Stoller traffic network, and we're seeing stop-and-go traffic right at 695 southbound. This is the outer loop at 70 due to construction site there. It moves, and then all of a sudden it stops and then moves back again, right? Well, these lanes, there's only 2 lanes that have been open there, and then they shut that down from time to time, I guess getting equipment in and out.
Coming up on 5 o'clock, and we begin this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is demanding answers from city leaders about what they're doing to keep drivers and squeegee kids safe.
Now, it comes after a story Fox 45 News first brought you Wednesday. A man accused of shooting 2 squeegee kids. Charging documents say he shot at them. Actually, there was 3 of them. He hit 2 of them. After the squeegee kids stole thousands of dollars from his mom using a Cash App.
Well, at a city council meeting, Fox 45 News pressed the city council on their plans to remove the squeegee kids from street corners, and their answers far from reassuring.
Yeah, Olivia Dance is joining us this morning with questions that were flipped on us. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. At yesterday's public safety hearing, the chair of the committee demanded answers from us rather than answering our questions. Now, Fox 45 News recently received documents laying out that how a man recently shot 2 squeegee kids after they allegedly stole thousands of dollars from his mother. So we took questions to city council members. One of those questions is, quote, for the safety of motorists and squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately, given that recent incident that police say happened? Now take a listen to how Councilman Conway responded when our own Keith Daniels asked him that question.
How would we clear the corners?
You tell me.
I mean, you asked the question. I want to make sure I understand what that means. How do you clear the corners?
Removing the squeegee kids from the corner?
How do we do that?
I don't know, Councilman. How do you do that?
Well, I think
that's not for me to decide.
Well,
that's for you guys to decide.
Well, you asked the question, and it seems like a good idea if only, except you can't just remove people from corners.
Fox 45 News has received many reports of other violent encounters with squeegee kids. Supporters say they are trying to make an honest dollar, while critics say their unwanted service is leading to conflicts. But we continue to press council members on the question.
How long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about the problem, though?
Well, it's not like we're not doing anything. Again, we're trying to get the right solutions in place. It's not like nothing's happening. So things are moving forward.
How do you remove these kids from the corners? You can't just arrest them. And I think we had a long hearing, 4 hours long before, that's not really an option.
Now, based off those responses that you just heard, it really seems that there's no solution in sight, but we will continue to press city leaders for answers on this issue. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News also sent several questions to the mayor asking, are you failing to see there is a problem on these corners, both for motorists and these kids? And we also asked, why are you letting kids cause havoc in the city? If you can't get a handle on squeegee kids, how can you get a handle on the crime facing the city? And we also asked, what is your reaction to the man who allegedly shot 2 squeegee kids after his mother was robbed in an apparent app scam? Well, the mayor responded to all 4 questions. You can find those responses on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Mayor Scott to get the squeegee situation under control? As you see right there, so far, 98% of voters have said no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Laws are in place to keep squeegee kids off the streets, but Mayor Scott will not enforce them. One law states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, likely intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Now, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressing these laws on WBAL radio, saying there isn't an easy answer.
There are a lot of nuances to that. So there is no just yes or no. And while there are laws on the books, don't forget, the way to enforce it has caused the police department problems. And that's what we are working on now with the collaborative, trying to figure out the appropriate constitutional way to enforce it.
Well, the commissioner is referring to the fact that panhandling is protected speech under the First Amendment. However, legal experts that we've talked to say squeegee kids' actions often go beyond what the law protects.
The Supreme Court has never said
that you can't stop somebody from interfering with a driver of a vehicle while that person is in a lane of traffic. That's crazy. That's not speech, that's conduct.
Well, Baltimore Police Department is using hundreds of hours of overtime to have their officers sit at known squeegee corners. Police say there's no end date for the patrols, even though the commissioner has called the practice unsustainable.
It is not sustainable because our manpower doesn't allow us to do that, because there's so many other serious things that we have to respond to and that we have to be in places to prevent. And so we can't sustain this indefinitely.
Meanwhile, the Baltimore City Police Department is struggling to fill hundreds of open positions. And as the crime crisis grows in the city, the numbers are becoming alarming. We've got some new data released by the FBI that shows the number of sworn police officers in Baltimore has declined every year for the past decade. Taking a look at the data a little closer, in 2013, the city employed more than 2,800 police officers, but every year since, the numbers have declined. Right now, there are 2,197 officers that are fighting crime. The numbers have dropped almost 700 from a decade ago.
The city has struggled over the years to recruit new officers, even with a $5,000 signing bonus and starting salary at $60,000. In a statement, the president of the police union writing, the retention efforts are non-existent and the recruitment efforts are a sham. In Baltimore, you need to demand that this undercover defund the police movement by the police commissioner and mayor ends now for all of our safety.
If Baltimore has 1,000 officers by the end of the decade, I'll be shocked. When you are losing more officers to retirement and resignations than you can recruit, they're leaving faster than they join, you are in trouble. And Baltimore has been in trouble for a decade.
According to the police union, officers are leaving not only because of low pay, but poor working conditions and hostile work environment. This morning, the Department of Labor is set to release the September jobs report, and it comes as inflation hits a 20-year high. Yeah,
Taylor Stewart is live at our live center now with what we're expecting. Taylor?
Yeah, that's right. A live look over Washington as we wait for that September jobs report to come out. It's dropping this morning at 8:30. Analysts are predicting a hiring slowdown. We expect it will show the U.S. added 275,000 jobs since August. But still, while it's a solid number in the face of inflation and higher interest rates, that means there are about 1.7 jobs open near unemployment job seekers right now, down from 2 this summer. But that's still a strong job seekers market, and layoffs remain low. We've seen more people who took a break from work during the pandemic start to come off the sidelines and re-enter the job hunt because of the rising cost of inflation. But those job seekers could push unemployment higher since they're actively looking for work. That's the latest in the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. If you're having issues accessing your college savings funds, listen up. A quick fix just ahead.
Not too bad this morning. We are going to see another warm up today, but then cooler numbers for the weekend. We'll break it all down for you coming up. 5:10 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. Looking good over the Inner Harbor this morning. We are going to see temperatures today that are going to be very similar to yesterday. So overall, a nice afternoon expected. And even for your morning run or jog, next couple of hours, low to mid 50s. So you can definitely enjoy it. Back with your full forecast coming up.
Hi, thank you, Justin. Making your headlines this Friday morning. Maryland families unable to access their 529 college savings funds may have a temporary fix.
At a town hall, the state unveiling support forms. If someone fills out a form, that triggers a review of their account. But it's only been marketed as a short-term solution. This is causing frustration among parents.
They've had auditors working on this for 6 months down at Intuition. Why do they need more money to manage this issue and problem? It's just, in my mind, it looks like, all the hallmarks of government waste.
Maryland 529 is promising another update at the end of the month.
Still ahead, we sit down with candidates for Congress, how they want the city to tackle the crime crisis.
And gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore pays off his extremely high water bill. Well, this brings up questions as to why it was so high in the first place and why it took him a year to pay it. And the questions Fox 45 News now has for the Department of Public Works. 5:11 is your time. .514 in your Vote 2022 coverage. Fox 45 News sitting down with the candidates that you'll see on the ballot come November.
Our Mackenzie Frost sat down with the Republicans running for the 2nd and 3rd congressional districts. She pressed them on the Squeegee kid problem in Baltimore.
The city has created a situation in which you have squeegee kids on the corners, you have police officers who are watching them. We have created a sense of lawlessness in this city. When you tell people it's okay to break the law, when you tell people that you're going to defend them as they break the law, guess what they're more inclined to do? To break the law. It's our job as adults in the room to make sure that we don't put them in an environment that is unsafe. For the city of Baltimore to allow so many young people to do this is completely, it's ridiculous, it's asinine.
I think the root cause of all of this is people see no hope. The intersection of where all the squeegee
activities happening is, for the most part, right across from the police station in downtown Baltimore City. I think it's in everyone's best interest that police encourage the kids to go do more productive things.
President Joe Biden is campaigning for Democrats running in tight midterm races. His message, Democrats' long-term economic policies will work and are paying off.
Made in America is no longer a slogan. It's a reality.
While Republicans argue Democrats are soft on immigration, bad for inflation and gas prices, and are weak on crime.
Why is crime at a level it hasn't been in 20 years? Because Democrats defunded the police. They elected woke DAs who don't believe in putting people in jail.
Plus, new Labor Department data is showing the job market starting to cool.
Well, Democratic candidate for Maryland, Governor Wes Moore, is addressing water bill issues in Baltimore City. News first broke Wednesday night of an outstanding $21,000 water bill for his Baltimore home. Now, after 18 months, he says it's taken care of, and he will work to address water billing issues in Baltimore.
We paid our bill and took care of it, and we are going through the process right now of being able to check for accuracy on the billing. But it is important that there is measures of transparency, that people know on a timely basis which bills are due, and then that we're giving people the opportunity to be able to take care of it quickly, as we were able to do. And I'm thankful that we were able to do it. But it is something that I know that a lot of families are struggling with.
Fox 45 News' Amy Simpson has been looking into the history of water billing problems in Baltimore. You can find her reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
5:17 now on this Friday morning. Yesterday, absolutely gorgeous day. Got the yard cut.
Yep.
Yeah.
We had soccer practice with shorts and T-shirts on, Justin, hoping to do the same.
I know. I was out. I walked Nika just around the block, and I was like, a little sweaty on my. And that was in the morning time. So yeah, we were definitely feeling that. Way different than how much colder we were just a couple of days ago with all of the clouds and all of the rain that was around. Looking good right now on our weather headlines. You can see not much happening here this morning. We're in the mid-50s now, on our way to another day close to 80 degrees for the afternoon. That's going to be our high temperatures with a warm afternoon ahead, and then we're going to get much cooler by the time we head toward tomorrow. So enjoy today while you can. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, maybe just a light jacket here this morning. Overall, numbers will stay in the 50s for the course of the morning time, but mid-70s through noontime and recess, and mid to upper 70s here into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. Golfers hitting the links today on our forecast. 63 by 9 a.m. and we're in the mid-70s by noontime. Upper 70s golfers. Should be a great afternoon. Maybe a little bit of a light breeze, but overall not too much wind to get in your way. Now, temperatures across central Maryland will be in the mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. Almost 80 in Baltimore City this afternoon. 75 in Annapolis and Columbia, and 77 in Laurel. Check out these numbers up and down the East Coast. 80s for Richmond, 75 down the ocean, but you go west and you can see those temperatures. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Columbus only in the 50s today. That's the colder air that we are going to realize starting tomorrow. So pilots today, good day to fly overall. We're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules, and really not too much wind out there. Yeah, here it comes. You can see that cold front. So we're going to warm up ahead of the front as we head into the afternoon. But that's going to be passing through. You'll see a few more clouds rolling in. Overall, a dry cold front, not tracking any rain or precip with this. As we head into tomorrow morning, breezy and cooler. And then tomorrow afternoon, overall, it's not bad. I mean, a lot of sunshine. We'll definitely have that fall chill in the air, warming back up steadily into Sunday and Monday as we head toward the end of the weekend and into early next week. We're just 24 days out from Halloween, already seeing more of those decorations starting to pop up in people's yards. 48 days until Thanksgiving, and now we're 79 days until Christmas. Debbie, the dancing Christmas tree, doing her thing. All right, here's that 7-day forecast for you. 79 today, lower 60s tomorrow, then mid-60s on Sunday. Ravens game Sunday night, no issues for that. Should be a great day to tailgate in the afternoon. And then those temperatures start to steadily rise, upper 60s and lower 70s next week.
Taking a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network on this Friday morning, and all roads open except for 695 right here. And we're talking about right in the Woodlawn area, Security Boulevard and 70. There's slowdowns because of the construction zone, and that's causing some delays. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Friday, Mark.
Happy Friday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there for your Friday commute on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden Train 841 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for the commute start. Light Rail Link dealing with a 20 to 30 minute delay. Certainly allow time for travel out there on Light Rail Link this morning. If your ride is on Metro Subway Link, nothing in your way. Looking good, in fact, in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A big question this morning when it comes to the Safe Streets program, the switch that's happening now, and the concerns about where the money's going.
And people who are homeless now speaking out. Just ahead, what they're now asking of the city since shutting down a camp under the JFX. 5:20, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. .23 in a city in crisis. Leaders in Baltimore are staying silent on some of the big questions surrounding safe streets.
Yeah, from the accountability desk, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost shows us if city leaders actually have data to back the funding for these programs.
We're starting right now with City Hall because a couple of times a week the city spending board gets together and reviews contracts between companies or nonprofits and the city of Baltimore. Here's a photo of the group during their latest meeting, which happened on October 5th. And I want to go over some of the key players. City Council President Nick Mosby, he's one who chairs this entire spending board. But then we have the mayor, DPW Director Jason Mitchell, Comptroller Bill Henry, and then we have the city solicitor, Jim Shea. You can see them all sitting next to each other, and this happens every couple of weeks while they talk about these contracts with the city. And that makes it even more questionable when we hear that some of these leaders don't talk to each other, especially when we're talking about contracts with a program the mayor hails as Baltimore's flagship violence prevention program. And that's the Safe Streets program. And remember, it wasn't that long ago that we heard Mayor Scott say that no one in his office told the council president about changes coming to this program, even though that meant changes to the contracts. Here's what both of them said not too long ago.
My team nor myself was provided any prior briefing on the restructuring of Safe Street.
So is the council president lying?
I can't speak to the council president, but I know myself personally, I spoke to members of the council about a restructuring of Safe Streets in specific areas.
Who?
Multiple council members.
Despite these two sitting next to each other, approving millions of dollars in contracts month after month, there are still a lot of questions about what's going on with this program, and apparently these two leaders aren't talking about it. So that led us to go to this last Board of Estimates meeting and ask the mayor what's going on. Mayor Scott, why won't your administration let us see Safe Streets? I just have one follow-up question, though. Is your administration hiding something when it comes to this program?
We're not hiding Safe Streets money because the contracts are all put out in the public.
Meanwhile, we're still waiting on answers from these two. Bill Henry and Jim Shea. And remember, these two sit on the same Board of Estimates at this meeting week after week after week. Last week, we sent those two a note asking for a few things. We're looking for the metrics used to determine the disbursements of funds to the Safe Streets program. Also, all contracts or RFPs between the City of Baltimore and organizations administering the Safe Streets program. Shea continues to ignore the question, but we did get a response from Comptroller Bill Henry's office. They tell us that they'll send us a formal response by the end of this week, so we'll keep our eyes peeled to our email. In the meantime, we'll continue to investigate the Safe Streets program, looking for answers about how this money is being spent once the city gives it to these nonprofits, especially since the changes to the program are already underway. At the Accountability Desk, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
I want them to know that you were special.
A heartbreaking story out of Curtis Bay. Why a mother says her estranged husband took the easy way out.
Violence strikes again at Perry Hall High School. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how county leaders are responding. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this morning. The ongoing debate on how to handle squeegee kids continues. How city leaders reacted when we asked the hard questions.
As the crime crisis continues in Baltimore City, the police department struggles to fill vacant positions. We take a look at the numbers of openings, and we're comparing them to previous years.
Plus, a violent crisis in the classroom. The alarming trend happening in Baltimore County schools that isn't slowing down. Good morning to all of you. Thanks for joining us. It's Friday, October 7th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at the weekend forecast for us.
Yep, we are looking at a pretty nice weekend, guys, although it will be cooler. Not today. We're going to enjoy some more warmer temperatures, similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon. Boy, I tell you, it was real nice yesterday with that sun coming out and kind of warming us up. As we take a look out from our Towson camera right now, not a lot of people there in that Towson traffic circle at this moment, but we know that will change later this morning. Low to mid-50s for Rosedale out through Essex, Joppatown at 50, 55 Bel Air. You're at 53 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Good morning to you. As you make your way out on the roads here, next couple of hours, morning drive, really no issues with temps in the 50s. Maybe the bun warmers on if you need them. You can see mainly dry conditions as well, and temperatures that will rise into the upper 70s today. But look at the big difference. Tomorrow, we drop only to the lower 60s for our highs and then mid-60s on Sunday. So a very nice fall weekend. Definitely have to deal with those chillier temperatures by tomorrow morning and Sunday morning as well. Full forecast coming up in a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. 5:31 right now, and now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. Really, the only issue we need to report on here around the Baltimore region is the outer loop, 695, right there, Security Boulevard, 70. There's some slowdowns because of the construction zone. Hopefully, it looks like they cleared the cones, so they may be opening this up, and traffic will be flowing easily now. It's supposed to be cleared by 5.
And it's 5:31 now. Fox 45 News is investigating the crisis in Baltimore County classrooms after Perry Hall High School sees a second big fight in 8 days. This incident put the school on a brief lockdown.
Yeah, last Wednesday, authorities arrested a juvenile because of the fight at the school. Video of that fight shows a girl carrying a baseball bat. Well, she says it was just to protect herself.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Perry Hall High School. Olivia, we know that this isn't the only school dealing with issues like this.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. And students will be heading back to school here shortly. But yesterday, Perry Hall High was put on lockdown after an assault behind the school where one person was taken to the hospital. But this isn't the only violent incident the school has seen recently. And now a growing number of politicians and parents are demanding action. Pat McDonough, the Republican challenger for Baltimore County Executive, is blaming his opponent.
They are promoting a policy of discipline that really is no discipline.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
This most recent incident comes less than a week after parents and community leaders held a protest outside of the school because of other recent violence. One community member alleges his niece was attacked by her bullies just a week ago at Perry Hall. And after the incident yesterday, the principal sent out a letter to parents notifying them of the assault, saying they went into lockdown out of an abundance of caution and that the incident was something that occurred in the community. Back to you.
Olivia, we heard Pat McDonough putting the blame on current county executive Johnny Olszewski. So how has he responded to the recent violence?
Yeah, Tom, we did receive a statement from the current county executive's office saying he's working to keep schools safe through the expansion of the school resource officer program, hiring more teachers, social workers, and counselors. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thanks, Olivia. Parents and families participated in a school safety town hall last week. They invited Superintendent Darrell Williams, but he didn't attend. He was under the microscope at the end of the previous school year. In June, if you remember, the County Council called for Williams to be removed as BCPS leader, in part citing school safety. Ultimately, the school board has that say. He is still in charge, and it appears the County Council and Superintendent are moving forward.
5:34 and turning now to a city in crisis. A mother is sharing her grief with Fox 45 News after the murder of her 15-year-old son. Police say a former Baltimore City police officer killed his stepson in Anne Arundel County in 2021. Deshaun Jones' body was found inside a crawl space of Eric Banks' home in Anne Arundel County. Authorities arresting Banks for the murder. This week, the former officer entered an Alford plea, meaning He did not admit any guilt, but acknowledged the jury will likely find him guilty. Jones' mother, Latrice Banks, says her husband, estranged husband, took the easy way out.
Because to me, it doesn't say I did it, but it says there's enough evidence to say I did it. So, let's just say you did it then. Instead, so I still have those feelings that no, I'm not happy with it.
Well, Banks is scheduled for sentencing December 9th, faces up to 50 years in prison.
Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, a new law targeting dirt bike riding and stunt driving. Mayor Brandon Scott signed it on Monday. Will go into effect in less than 30 days. But its passage does not seem to be deterring people from riding dirt bikes. In fact, take a look at this dash cam video here. This is from Greenmount Avenue, just taken last night. A Fox 45 News photojournalist captured this video. He says there were 20 or even 30 bikes out there on the street.
Well, Fox 45 News has been pressing city leaders on how they plan to enforce the new law. Councilman Yuchi Slifer told us he hopes it serves more as a deterrent. You can find more on what some other city leaders are saying right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Meanwhile, a group of people experiencing homelessness are protesting after Baltimore City ordered them to leave the area where they have set up tents and boxes under the JFX.
Well, the city says the group needs to move because the area is reserved for a licensed event. Baltimore's Farmers Market happens every Sunday morning. The group says the city hasn't given them alternative housing options.
The order from the city after farmers market vendors expressed their frustration over a homeless encampment in an area usually reserved for vendor stalls last weekend.
And remember, one vendor says the group refused to let him near the outlets, the electric outlets, and insisted on plugging the cords in themselves.
One gentleman came, he ripped out all the cords, doing business, not provoked, nothing going on. We're just going around doing our business. Another guy came into this space and threatened me.
Now, you can find more on this protest and the trouble at the farmers market last weekend right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 5:37, and this morning the Department of Justice now demanding former President Donald Trump return any classified documents he may still have in his possession.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning with the very latest. Taylor.
That's right. A new report from the New York Times suggesting the Department of Justice does not believe President Trump has returned all of that sensitive paperwork. They're pointing to empty envelopes with top secret banners seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago. The Times reporting Trump's lawyers are now preparing to take a more defensive approach to these new demands. A recent court filing says some of the documents seized in the raid include clemency requests, healthcare documents, IRS forms, and paperwork that appears related to the 2020 election. However, as of now, full details on any of those documents has yet to be made available. That's the latest here from the Live Center. Meg, Tom, back to you.
Thank you, Taylor. Unity in tragedy. Well, the president and governor of Florida putting their differences aside. Coming up ahead in our 6 o'clock hour, what this could mean in the future for Washington.
Plus, we are warming up this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long it sticks around. It's 5:38. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back. Our live camera right now open in the big live window and looking good over downtown Baltimore at this time. Overall, not too bad. Carlos the Crab, well, we got a 5 today on the Crabcast. Yeah, he's going to be a happy crab because we're warm this afternoon with a sunshine, a few clouds here and there. We'll take a look at our weekend forecast and how much cooler we get tomorrow coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 5:41 and happening today. President Biden will be in Hagerstown to give remarks on the economy. He's expected to discuss a bottom-up approach to growth.
Mayor Brandon Scott and other city leaders are unveiling the first step of their Middle Branch Resiliency Initiative aimed at limiting flood risk to the city.
And it's a first at the University of Maryland. An educator pinning ceremony will celebrate students transitioning into the teaching field. Well, forget the tricks. We are all about the treats. Just ahead, Maryland's top Halloween candy may surprise you.
An explosive night at one high school, the decades-old tradition that's now coming to an end.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
5:44. Oh, my goodness. Are you ready? Hear the music?
Oh, yeah.
Halloween is right around the corner. And ahead of that sugar-filled holiday, CandyStore.com is out with a very interactive map of all 50 states, and it's showing the favorite Halloween candies for each of them.
Yeah, as you can see behind us right here, we're all about the candy. For example, in Texas, favorites are Starburst, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, and Sour Patch Kids. Californians favor Reese's Cups, M&Ms, and Skittles. Now, you can scroll over to CandyStore.com and find out the favorite in your state. And, of course, here in Maryland, Hershey Kisses take first place.
I like them, but isn't that weird for Halloween? Hershey Kisses seems like Christmas to me. I don't know why. Does that seem like a Halloween candy to you?
No, it does not.
Hershey bars, yes.
Is it because we're so close to Hershey? Is that why?
I don't know. That's a good point. But a Hershey Kiss in your trick or treat. Have you ever even got that?
No. Yes. No, that's Valentine's for me, actually.
Valentine's too. I'm with you on that.
I see that.
Very interesting. I think M&M's, Reese's Cup, and Kit Kats. I mean, thoughts?
Three
I'm down,
Musketeers,
but no nuts.
Milky Way.
Three Musketeers?
Okay,
Three Musketeers.
Get out of
Come
here.
on now.
Leave.
I know.
Amazing. That and
Terrible.
Milky Way. Best
Terrible
candy out
candy.
there.
But
Terrible
you know what?
candy.
I always say
Fighting
that,
on
and
it.
then I tried one after Tom talked about this in years past, and they are pretty good.
They're good.
Okay. But it's the neglected candy of the chocolate.
Because people like this.
What's yours?
Reese's and Kit Kat. That's the end of the conversation. It's right there.
Oh, but what do you guys bring for
What was
Halloween?
yours?
Halloween
Costumes.
Oh,
You want to talk costumes?
I do. I really want to
Wow.
get into. I've got something planned here. I've got to get into it.
Okay.
I want to hear what it is.
Yeah, Sailor Moon. Why? I'm just trying to switch it up. I want to bring back some anime or something. You know?
Interesting. Well, if you're not sure what you want to be, let's look at some of the popular ones. There's a few different ones that are slated to be the best. Let's see. This is according to Variety, Tom.
Yeah, some of these include the Valerian Wedding from the House of Dragon. You see that right there.
Weird.
The picture's a little small, but actually, yeah, there's
kind of
different. It looks dirty.
And then there's Kate Sharma from Bridgerton, which could actually be really good.
She's in Purple Friday.
Yeah, that's true.
Anna Delvey from Inventing Anna.
Top Gun Maverick.
Oh.
I mean, I feel like that's
Yeah.
huge this year. That's an easy one, too.
Mabel from Only Murders in the Building.
Oh, I like that one.
I do
like that.
too. And it would be easy to try and get that. And then Vecna from Stranger Things. That would be pretty good too. And that's a scary one.
Yeah.
I don't know. So you've got yours planned.
I do.
You bought it and it's ready?
It's really up here. It's up here. It will be here, but it's up here.
What is it?
Sailor Moon. It's kind of it's Meg the Stallion inspired. Let's just say that. Okay.
Oh, I like that.
Do you know what you're going to do?
Yeah, we are doing. We're going to a party that has a saloon theme, Old West theme. So it's cowboys and cowgirls. So we're doing Woody and Jess.
Ooh, I like
Jessie
that. I like that.
From Toy
Perfect.
Story. Yeah.
I like that.
Are you dressing up?
Probably not.
I know.
No. Sorry.
We were Ted Lasso last year, and I don't think we could ever beat that. So I think we're just going to
Because you were
call it
Keeley.
too. Yeah.
Oh my God, you're so
Do it
good
again
at
this year.
Keeley.
Why
Thank
not?
you.
Bring it back.
Be Keeley once again?
Yeah, why
That's
not?
not a bad idea.
When is the new Ted Lasso started? I want to know that.
It's got to be soon.
Got to be soon. All right, let's take a look at our forecast here. Three Musketeers. Tom, I was going to order bagels for everybody. Now I'm not going to, just because of that. Yeah. Tom messed it all up with his Three Musketeers garbage. All right, our live cam in Towson. Good morning. Here's a look right now. Overall, not too bad. We already have, I think, 2 bags of Halloween candy, and my wife, she hid it because she knows, for both of us, that we're going to get into it. I think we're probably going to forget it, and then when our kids come around on Halloween, we'll be like, sorry, I don't know. We don't know where the candy is. We'll find it in like April, so that'll be good. I'm sure it'll be nice and fresh by then. 54 your temp in Towson right now. Little southwest wind, about 6 to 10 miles an hour. As the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, getting ready for school this morning. Numbers are in the 50s here through 7 a.m. Into the mid-70s by noontime and recess, and close to 80 for some of us later this afternoon. So it will be a bit on the warm side. Hank the Bird likes that. Yeah, all right. 63 by 9 a.m., mid-70s into the noon hour. Good day for Hank and his feathered friends to fly around. We're talking about mid to upper 70s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties for you this afternoon. The average this time of year is 72, so we're a little bit above average here, not only for Baltimore County, but Howard and Anne Arundel counties. You're going to see those mid to upper 70s as we take you through Elk Ridge over to Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Bel Air, Aberdeen, Perryman, up into Rising Sun, mid 70s for you there in Harford and Cecil counties later this afternoon. If you do want to get the car cleaned up, no issues here. 3 greens across the board here, so clean them up as we stay rain free. How about those Ravens? Yeah, Bengals coming to town Sunday night, 8:20 is the kickoff. It's going to be a gorgeous fall evening, chilly for sure at kickoff in the lower 50s, and those temps dropping throughout the night. So hopefully the Ravens can get that home win, the first one of the season, first one in 5 games, man. All right, so here comes our cold front. This is what's going to change up our weather. We're good today. We actually stay warm ahead of this cold front. Then that front passes through. We'll be cooler tomorrow morning and into Saturday afternoon, but still a very nice fall day. Numbers eventually warming up on Sunday and Monday as we head toward next week. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. 79 today. We're back into the lower 60s on Saturday, mid 60s on Sunday. You can see that Ravens helmet right there for that Ravens game Sunday night. And then upper 60s and lower 70s toward the first part of next week. All right, Mark Jones, we know you got to talk about our mass transit, but your favorite candy for Halloween.
Oh, man, now we're talking. Reese Cups.
Yes,
Oh,
thank you.
I love them. I love them. Got some?
No, sorry. You got to come by. You got to come by and get them.
Okay. Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there right now. You'll find on the MARC train system, Penn train 511 and Camden train 843, running about 5 minutes late. Be aware of that in your travels on MARC train. Light rail link dealing with a substantial delay. It's 20 to 30 minutes late in both directions of that service. Certainly allow time for travel there on light rail link this morning. Metro subway link, a different story. Looking good in both directions. No delays or issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
All right, Mark, thank you. Well, President Biden and Florida's governor set aside their differences to come together after Hurricane Ian. Just ahead, the comments that put the vice president in the spotlight for not bringing people together.
President Biden is hitting the road to talk about the economy. His next stop is here in Maryland. I'm Atrell Nashar with what some local businesses are going through, from high prices to hiring.
.554 now to your consumer news. A grim outlook from the head of the International Monetary Fund, warning about an increased risk of global recession sparked by inflation, supply chain shocks, and Russia's war in Ukraine.
Yeah, we are seeing all this play out locally, with the economy top of mind for voters and candidates in the midterms.
National correspondent Atrell Nashar stopped in Maryland ahead of a visit from President Biden to see how people are getting by.
At this grocery store in Gaithersburg, Maryland, what was once price shock is now the new normal.
I had the salmon fillet. Used to be $7.99 when you bought a bulk. Now it's $11.99. Yes, I don't get it.
Inflation also causing headaches 25 miles south at the White House. With the midterms less than 5 weeks out, President Biden framing economic woes at home as fallout from global factors instead of his policies. Some voters agree.
Supply chain has always been a long thread. Any disruption anywhere causes problems.
But polls show the majority disapprove of the president's handling of the economy. The president trying to shift sentiment as his party works to hold on to majorities in Congress. making a speech in Hagerstown, Maryland Friday on what he calls building the economy from the bottom up and middle out. But building anything right now is tricky. General contractor Marion Maxim knows it. We caught up with him on his way to a job Thursday morning.
Sometimes on building materials, it's backlogged, sometimes 6 weeks, sometimes 2 months, sometimes 3 months.
Even smaller items can be hard to come by, like at this barber shop.
Razors, some clippers, product, just different products in general.
Each business navigating the hurdles differently, but a source of universal pain is here. At the Shell station in Gaithersburg, gas is $3.49 a gallon, and throughout Maryland, gas prices are about 30 cents cheaper than the national average, according to AAA. But folks here still have to deal with the same volatility as the rest of the country. In fact, between Wednesday and Thursday night, gas prices statewide jumped on average 7 cents. Many getting used to costs affecting their routine, but still eager for relief.
I definitely think that the way things are definitely going in a wrong direction. So I definitely think that change needs to happen.
In the final stretch of campaigning, each party fighting to convince voters they're the ones who can turn that around. In Gaithersburg, Maryland, I'm Atrell Nishar reporting.
Well, the Fed says more interest rate hikes will be necessary to get this inflation under control, and those hikes play a role in big purchases that require financing, something that vendors at the Annapolis Power Boat Show are familiar with. They say higher rates tend to affect boat sales as needs outweigh wants in the household budget. Industry is coming off unprecedented peaks, though, with demand high during the pandemic.
So it is incredibly costly, but again, I think people are so much putting a lot more value on their time and family and activities and quality time that, you know, they're making that a priority.
Several shop owners say people's interest at the boat show will be a good indicator of the buying season ahead, which typically starts in January. Fed officials projected last month that they would push short-term interest rates to roughly 4.6% by early 2023.
5:57 in your national news. The Uvalde School District is facing outrage from the community. Parents are protesting after a CNN report revealed the district hired a former state trooper who was one of the first to respond to the Uvalde school massacre. The school district announcing that they have since fired Officer Crimson Elizondo from their police department. She is one of 7 Texas Department of Public Safety troopers under investigation for her actions that day. The district claims they did not know about the investigation, but parents question how that's possible.
It's ridiculous. You know, every business, every employer does background checks or follows up with your previous employer.
DPS sent a letter in July telling the district that Elizondo was under investigation for, quote, actions inconsistent with training and department's requirements. It's unclear if this was before or after Elizondo was officially hired by the district.
Well, we're learning new details about a deadly stabbing on the Las Vegas Strip. Police say 2 victims have now died, and there are at least 6 other survivors. And they were taken to area hospitals, but their conditions were not disclosed. A witness told her Sinclair's sister station he saw a showgirl on the ground in a pool of blood. A suspect is now in custody. The motivation for that attack is still unknown.
Fox 45 News is pressing city council members on the Squeegee kid issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, here are their answers that are anything but reassuring.
Baltimore City police officers are leaving the force in big numbers. Just ahead, what the police union is demanding city leaders do to turn those numbers around.
And temperatures are continuing to warm up once again for today, but we'll take a look at a cooler weekend ahead. We'll break it all down for you right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Just about 6 o'clock on this Friday morning, October 7th. Thank you for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with us. letting us know how the weekend looks.
Yeah, over there, Megan and Three Musketeers guy over there. Good to see you. Good
stuff.
Happy Friday, Purple Friday, guys. And we got the Ravens game coming up on Sunday night. So we are taking a look at that forecast here. And overall, not too bad right now from our Towson camera. Still about an hour before the sun actually comes up here this morning. But numbers are not bad either. Lower 50s for Cockeysville and Towson, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. 55 in Brooklyn Park, 52 your temp in Dundalk and Middle River at this time. So a cool and clear morning, warm afternoon ahead, and then much cooler conditions on the way for tomorrow. But we stay dry. Your morning drive looking good. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Temps in the 50s over the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Getting better and better by the moment here. Look at this. Lens solar traffic camera and the networks here. And look at this map. Everybody in the green. Let's knock on wood or enjoy a Three Musketeers bar to celebrate.
6:01. We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is demanding answers from city leaders about what they're doing to keep drivers and squeegee kids safe.
Now, it comes after a story Fox 45 first brought you Wednesday. Man accused of shooting at 3 squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them. Charging documents say he shot them because the squeegee kids, he said, stole thousands of dollars from his mother using a cash app.
Well, at a city council meeting, Fox 45 News pressed the city council on their plans to remove the squeegee kids from street corners, and their answers far from reassuring.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with questions that were flipped on us. Olivia.
Yeah, that's right. At yesterday's public safety hearing, the chair of the committee demanded answers from us rather than answering our questions. And as you mentioned, Fox 45 News recently received documents laying out how a man shot 2 squeegee kids after they allegedly took thousands of dollars from his mother. So one of the questions that we asked city council members is, quote, for the safety of motorists and squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately given that most recent incident? Now take a listen to how Councilman Conway responded when our own Keith Daniels asked that question.
How would we clear the corners?
You tell me.
I mean, you asked the question. I want to make sure I understand what that means. How do you clear the corners?
Removing the squeegee kids from the corner?
How do we do that?
I don't know, Councilman. How do you do that?
Well, I think
that's not for me to decide.
Well,
that's for you guys to decide.
Well, you asked the question, and it seems like a good idea if only except you can't just remove people from corners.
Fox 45 News has received many reports of other violent encounters with squeegee kids. Supporters say they're trying to make an honest dollar, while critics say their unwanted service is leading to conflicts. We continue to press council members on the question.
How long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about the problem, though?
Well, it's not like we're not doing anything. Again, we're trying to get the right solutions in place. It's not like nothing's happening. So things are moving forward.
How do you remove these kids from the corners? You can't just arrest them. And I think we had a long hearing, 4 hours long before, that's not really an option.
Now, based on those responses that you just heard, it doesn't seem like any solution is in sight, but we will continue to press city leaders for answers on this issue. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Fox 45 News also sent several questions to the mayor asking, are you failing to see there is a problem on these corners, both for motorists and these kids? And we also asked, why are you letting kids cause havoc in the city? Another question we asked, if you can't get a handle on the squeegee kids, how can you get a handle on the crime facing the city? And what is your reaction to the man who allegedly shot 2 squeegee kids after his mother was robbed in an apparent app scam? The mayor responded to all 4 of those questions. You can find those responses on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, this brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Mayor Scott to get the squeegee situation under control? And as you see at the bottom right there, so far 99% of those who have voted say no. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Laws are in place to keep squeegee kids off the streets, but Mayor Scott will not enforce them. One law states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Well, Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressing these laws on WBAL radio, saying there isn't any easy answer.
There are a lot of nuances to that. So there is no just yes or no. And while there are laws on the books, don't forget, the way to enforce it has caused the police department problems. And that's what we are working on now with the collaborative, trying to figure out the appropriate constitutional way to enforce it.
Well, the commissioner is referring to the fact that panhandling is protected speech under the First Amendment. However, legal experts that we've talked to say that Squeegee kids' actions often go beyond what the law protects.
The Supreme Court has never said that you can't stop somebody from interfering with a driver of a vehicle while that person is in a lane of traffic. That's crazy. That's not speech. That's conduct.
Well, 6:05 now, and Baltimore Police Department is using hundreds of hours of overtime to have their officers just sit at known squeegee corners. Police say there's no end date for the patrols, even though the commissioner has called the practice unsustainable.
It is not sustainable because our manpower doesn't allow us to do that, because there's so many other serious things that we have to respond to and that we have to be in places to prevent. And so we can't sustain this indefinitely.
Meanwhile, the Baltimore City Police Department is struggling to fill hundreds of open positions. And as the crime crisis grows in the city, the numbers are becoming alarming. Some new data released by the FBI shows the number of sworn police officers in Baltimore has declined every year for the past decade. Taking a closer look at the data, in 2013, we saw the city employed more than 2,800 police officers. But every year since, the numbers have declined. Right now, there are 2,197 officers fighting crime. The numbers have dropped almost 700 from a decade ago.
The city has struggled over the years to recruit new officers, even with a $5,000 signing bonus and starting salary of $60,000. In a statement, the president of the police union wrote, "The retention efforts are non-existent and the recruitment efforts are a sham. In Baltimore, you need to demand that this undercover defund the police movement by the police commissioner and mayor ends now for all of our safety."
If Baltimore has 1,000 officers by the end of the decade, I'll be shocked. When you are losing more officers to retirement and resignations than you can recruit, they're leaving faster than they join, you are in trouble. And Baltimore has been in trouble for a decade.
According to the police union, officers are leaving not only because of low pay, but poor working conditions and hostile work environment. This morning, the Department of Labor is set to release the September jobs report, and it comes as inflation hits a 20-year high.
Taylor Stewart is in the live center with us with what we are expecting. Taylor?
Yeah, let's first take a live look here at the White House as we await that report, as you said, dropping today at 8:30. Analysts are predicting a hiring slowdown. We expect it will show the U.S. added 275,000 jobs since August, but it's still a solid number in the face of inflation and higher interest rates. That means there's about 1.7 jobs open per unemployed job seeker right now. That's down from this summer, but still a strong market, and layoffs remain low. So far, we've seen more people who took a break from work during the pandemic start to come back off the sidelines and re-enter the job market. That's because of the rising cost of inflation. We'll look at those job numbers today as they come out at 8:30 as unemployment continues to tick higher. We'll bring you that update at 8:30.
A loud boom is what many high school students heard and saw at their homecoming. Just ahead, what caused a 50-year tradition to end in an explosion.
Temperatures not too bad this morning. We're going to warm up again this afternoon. Breaking it down for you in my forecast. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. 6:11 is your time right now on your Friday morning. We know it's Purple Friday. I know the O's season is over, but I have the Orioles bird sock right there for Fun Sock Friday to represent the fact that the Birds had that amazing season. We know it's going to be even better next year as well. We'll take a closer look at the Ravens game day forecast. Remember, it's a night game coming up on Sunday. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes.
Pet sitter is no match for some rambunctious puppies. Just ahead, how he fell for these adorable Rottweilers.
Oh, my. And we are down to the final four for the iconic Fat Bear Week. Just ahead, we're naming the finalists still in the running. 6:12. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody, on your Friday morning. Looking outside from our Towson camera. Looking good right now, and overall, we're not seeing too much in the way of any major weather impacts, except maybe just a light jacket as you step outside on this Purple Friday. Today is National Chocolate-Covered Pretzel Day. I like chocolate-covered pretzels. I don't think they're an issue. Dark chocolate, maybe. I think that might be too much, honestly. Now I just went through my brain and I was like, no, probably need to be milk chocolate for those chocolate-covered pretzels. 54, your temp right now in Towson. Maybe you're having those for breakfast. And as you get the kids ready for school, as they get out and about for your bus stop forecast, numbers in the 50s here next hour. So just a light jacket for them, but warm numbers this afternoon, mid to upper 70s for all those practices and outdoor activities you have planned with you and the kids later today. Maybe you want to get out there on the golf course. Yeah, great day to do that, golfers. 63 by 9 a.m., mid 70s into the noon hour, and we'll see those mid to upper 70s as we take you into the 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. Now, the average high this time of year is 72. So we're now in the first week of October. We're going to see those mid to upper 70s, numbers very similar to what we saw yesterday afternoon, slightly above average for this time of year. And check out the numbers here up and down the 95 corridor for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. We'll see those mid to upper 70s, 70s in Ocean City this afternoon, even in Cumberland. But look what's lurking. Those temperatures in Cleveland, Columbus, Pittsburgh, even Charleston, West Virginia, 50s and 60s. That's the cooler air that's going to be moving in here by the time we head into tomorrow. But we stay dry, so that's good. You can get the car cleaned up. No issues here on your car wash cast today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Dry days ahead. In fact, we're really not tracking much in the way of rain at all. Should be a great night for some football at M&T Bank Stadium Sunday night as the Bengals are in town. The first division opponent that the Ravens will play. They played 4 games in a row against the AFC East. So back into the division as the Bengals are here this weekend. Lower 50s at kickoff. So it'll be a chilly Sunday night. Now here comes the cold front. We're going to be warm ahead of that, but later this afternoon you'll start to see those clouds build in. That's that frontal boundary coming through. We'll wake up tomorrow morning, definitely chilly. So just be aware of that. Maybe an extra blanket on the bed. And then as you head toward tomorrow afternoon, a lot of sunshine, great fall day. Sunday also pretty chilly in the morning time, but by the afternoon, looking pretty good. And even into Monday, notice we stay dry, not much on our future scan there. Shout out to Matthew in Abingdon, sending this picture of Manny the doggy, just kind of chilling. We have a producer named Manny, but that's Manny the dog right there. So thank you, Matthew. And I always love getting those Furcast pet pics. You can email me, jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. Yeah, there it is. I was waiting for the remix. All right. 79 your high today on your 7-day forecast. Lower 60s tomorrow. So quite a difference with our temperatures. We'll wake up in the 40s on Sunday morning as well, but mid-60s Sunday afternoon. And then those temperatures slowly warm up next week. Really our next chance for rain, not until next Thursday. Thomas?
Thank you, Justinus. Now to your Len Stoller traffic network, and the map right here shows all green. The only issue reported, 3-vehicle accident in Belcamp. That's right near Crestwell Road, and that is causing some delays southbound on 95 in Belcamp. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Your Friday stretch is good for travel out there on the Metro subway link. It's operating on time from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. But on Light Rail Link, expect about a 20 to 30-minute delay in your travels. Allow time for travel on Light Rail Link. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of MARC are on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. A mother sharing her grief with Fox 45 News after her 15-year-old son was murdered. What she's saying about her estranged husband, who's accused of killing the boy.
And a group of people experiencing homelessness are protesting after Baltimore City ordered them to leave the demands they now have for the city this morning. It is 6:19 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 6:22, more than 1 week since Hurricane Ian made landfall, and Floridians this morning still picking up the pieces. This week, we know President Biden got a firsthand look at the devastation left in Southwest Florida. He surveyed the damage by helicopter and on foot, meeting with Republican Governor Ron DeSantis on Fisherman's Wharf, where homes and businesses lay in ruins. The pair setting aside their political differences to focus on getting people the help they need.
Jill and I have had you all in our prayers, and I mean that sincerely. And we're here today because we wanted to tell you in person that we're thinking of you, and we're not leaving. We're not leaving until this gets done. I promise you that.
I think one of the things that you're seeing in this response, we are cutting through the bureaucracy. We are cutting through the red tape, and that's from local government, state government, all the way up to the president. So we appreciate the team effort.
Well, is this a sign of what is to come in Washington? Can we see both sides of the aisle work together for the common good? This morning, political commentator Armstrong Williams joining us live to weigh in. Armstrong, good morning. You know, we saw DeSantis there, one of Biden's toughest critics. Seeing him almost praise the president, and mostly they're coming together in Florida. What does this say to see the two of them stand side by side?
Well, the trauma that everyone is experiencing in Florida, Megan, should not be politicized. And the president and the governor of Florida has shown that no matter whether we're talking about sending migrants to Martha's Vineyard or mask or vaccine mandates, we can put our differences aside for the greater good. And the greater good is that people are suffering. They don't have the basics right now because of the devastation. And the president praised the governor in terms of doing a terrific job for his state. And the governor is doing a good job. And, you know, in moments like these, it reminds us that there can be civility and the possibility of an example that can really unify our nation and remind us that we can do better in working in cooperation with each other where the need exists.
And as one, you know, while the president and DeSantis, you know, we see them coming together, there's a lot of criticism right now surrounding the vice president, though, Kamala Harris, and what she said about recovery efforts in Florida. Many feel as though she really directed support to minority communities first, instead of who needs it most. Is that what she meant? How do you break this down?
I mean, just go to the tape. She made it clear that equity and equality and people of color should be considered first in this Ian relief, instead of saying it's about the greatest need when the president of the United States is doing everything to unify, leaving politics and race and equity out of it. For her to even talk about Hurricane Ian and equity and color and is amazing. Can you imagine being someone who's not a person of color, watching and hearing this, how devastating and how frightened this would be for you, already knowing you've lost your way of life, and now you got the vice president of the United States. The problem is that this class is so consumed with race, Megan. Everything is about race, and everything is not about race. Sometimes it's about the greatest need, and when you take care of the greatest need, and those are most desperate, you usually take care of those that you consider to be on the bottom rung of the ladder.
As we watch, you know, both sides of the aisle, and even the president and vice president take different sides on this, and the way that they're attacking the Hurricane Ian crisis there, around the nation, we're seeing North Korea in its own fight. What are your thoughts on what's been happening here, these test missiles that have been firing?
Well, you know, the president of Japan and the president of South Korea spoke within the last 48 hours about a greater cooperation to stop the kind of rhetoric and the missiles that have been flying over Japan. And so what is happening is the United States, South Korea, and Japan are forging a greater and deeper bond. Obviously, Kim Jong-un is flying these missiles, but I think that region of the world has it far more under control than we can imagine. I think China, in its own way, has intervened, and you'll probably see absolute stoppage to this. Because listen, China has to always be careful about their image and standing in the world. And you best believe North Korea is not doing these exercises unless they have some kind of wink-wink from the Chinese, because there's no doubt they're controlling, they're a puppet of the Chinese government.
It's interesting. It's scary. Armstrong, thank you for weighing in this morning.
Thank you, Megan.
Sunshine is here to stay. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking ahead to all that and our important weekend forecast.
Violence strikes again at Perry Hall High School. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear how Baltimore County leaders are responding. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium where they're recognizing the Eagles. No,
it's what it seems like.
Yeah,
know,
they're
right?
squaring off against the Bengals
Or the
Sunday
Jets.
night. Yeah, they've been lit up in green before because they're in a LEED building, environmentally friendly.
Oh, yeah.
But this one, Camden Yards is also in green, too. So we got to find out what in the world's going on with the green this time.
A lot of people here, though, wearing some purple as we wait to see what's going to happen here Monday night, right? It's a Monday night.
Sunday night.
Oh, it's a Sunday night game. We were talking the newsroom. It was Monday. It is
Nope.
Sunday night.
Sunday night football. Yep.
All right. Well, Justin, how's it looking? We were talking about Sunday being pretty nice for some football.
Sunday's going to be great. Yeah, the Commanders are in town. The Titans are at home. The Titans will be playing in FedEx Field, 1 o'clock on Sunday. And then Sunday night, the Ravens game. Maybe you can do a double shot. You can go down and see the Commanders game and then come up and see M&T Bank Stadium.
The traffic will be fine.
Yeah,
I'm sure it won't be a problem.
No issues at all. Let's take a look outside right now. Gorgeous shot. Nice little morning glow from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. And we are looking at clear skies this morning. Your yard and gardening cast, if you do want to get out there and get the grass cut, you'll see those temperatures in the mid to upper 60s and lower 70s through 11 a.m. Mid to upper 70s as we take you later into the day today. So go ahead and get that yard cut, cleaned up, whatever you got to do for the fall. 79 for our high today. Again, temperatures above average, very similar to the number that we had yesterday, almost 80 degrees. But look at that big drop off, guys. Saturday will only be in the lower 60s for highs, and then we're back to the mid 60s on football Sunday. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads?
Not too bad. Actually pretty nice. We're seeing some construction, though, on the outer loop in Locker near Liberty Road. This was kind of causing some slowdowns, but this morning we're moving. 6:31, Fox 45 News investigating The crisis in Baltimore County classrooms after Perry Hall High School sees a second big fight in 8 days. This incident put the school on a brief lockdown.
Now, last Wednesday, authorities arresting a juvenile because of a fight at the school. You see the video of the fight right here. Shows one girl carrying a baseball bat. She says it was all just to protect herself from bullies.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Perry Hall High School. And Olivia, we know Perry Hall High School is not the only one dealing with this kind of violence.
Yeah, that's right. And students will be heading back to school here shortly. But yesterday, Perry Hall High was put on lockdown after an assault behind the school where one person was taken to the hospital. But this isn't the only violent incident the school has seen recently. And now a growing number of politicians and parents are demanding action. Pat McDonough, the Republican challenger for Baltimore County Executive, is blaming his opponent.
They are promoting a policy of discipline that really is no discipline.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
This most recent incident comes less than a week after parents and community leaders held a protest outside of the school because of other recent violence. One community member alleges his niece was attacked by her bullies just a week ago at Perry Hall. And after the incident yesterday, the school's principal sent out a letter to parents notifying them of the assault and saying they went into a lockdown out of an abundance of caution, and also that the incident occurred in the community. Back to you.
Now, Olivia, we heard Pat McDonough putting the blame on Kern County Executive Johnny Oseski. Has he responded to this recent violence?
Yeah, Tommy has. The Kern County Executive's office actually sent us a statement saying, quote, he's working to keep schools safe through the expansion of the school resource officer program, hiring more teachers, social workers, and counselors. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Parents and families participated in a school safety town hall last week. They invited Superintendent Darrell Williams, but he didn't attend. He was under the microscope at the end of the previous school year, if you remember. In June, the county council called for Williams to be removed as BCPS leader, in part citing school safety. Ultimately, the school board has that say. He's still in charge, and it appears the county council and superintendent are moving forward.
6:34, turning now to a city in crisis. A mother is sharing her grief with Fox 45 News after the murder of her 15-year-old son. Police say a former Baltimore City police officer killed his stepson in Anne Arundel County in 2021. Nasson Jones, his body was found inside a crawl space of Eric Banks' home in Anne Arundel County, and authorities arrested Banks for the murder. This week, the former police officer entered an Alford plea, meaning he did not admit to any guilt, but acknowledged a jury would likely find him guilty. Jones' mother, Latrice Banks, says her estranged husband took the easy way out.
Because to me, it doesn't say I did it, but it says there's enough evidence to say I did it. So, you know, let's just say you did it then. Instead. So I still have those feelings that, no, I'm not happy with it.
Well, Banks is scheduled for sentencing December 9th, faces up to 50 years in prison.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a new law targeting dirt bike riding and stunt driving, Mayor Brandon Scott signed on Monday, will go into effect in less than 30 days. But its passage doesn't seem to be deterring people from riding dirt bikes. In fact, take a look at this dash cam video here. This is from Greenmount Avenue. It was taken just last night. A Fox 45 News photojournalist capturing the video. He says there were 20 or 30 bikes out there on the street.
Fox 45 News has been pressing city leaders on how they plan to enforce this new law. Councilman Yichi Slafer told us he hopes it serves more as a deterrent. You can find more on what some other city leaders are saying right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Meanwhile, a group of people experiencing homelessness are protesting after Baltimore City ordered them to leave the area where they have set up tents and boxes under the JFX.
The city says the group needs to move because the area is reserved for a licensed event. The Baltimore's Farmers Market happens every Sunday. The group says the city hasn't given them alternative housing options, though.
Well, the order from the city after farmers market vendors expressed their frustration over a homeless encampment in an area usually reserved for vendor stalls last weekend.
One vendor says the group refused to let him near those outlets, the electric outlets, insisting on plugging the cords in themselves instead.
One gentleman came, he ripped out all the cords, doing business, non-provoked, nothing going on. We're just going around doing our business. Another guy came into this space and threatened me.
You can find more on the protests and the trouble at the farmers market last weekend right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 6:36 this morning, Justice Department is now demanding former President Donald Trump return any classified documents he may still have in his possession.
Taylor Stewart in our live center this morning with the latest on this. Taylor.
Absolutely, guys. Take a look. This is a court filing from the Department of Justice. It was filed back on August 30th. It was then sealed. It's since been unsealed. It's the first indication the DOJ is questioning whether they have all the documents in this investigation. Now, a new report from the New York Times lays out what's in this filing and why the Department of Justice may have reason to believe the former president has not returned all of that sensitive paperwork. They're pointing to empty envelopes with top secret banners seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago. The Times also reporting Trump's lawyers are now preparing to take a more defensive approach. A recent court filing says some of those documents seized in the raid include clemency requests, healthcare documents, IRS forms, and paperwork that appears to be related to the 2020 election. As of right now, full details of all those documents have yet to be released, but we will keep you updated as this investigation continues. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan, Tom.
Well, there's been an increase in rare heart complication called myocarditis in teens. Just ahead, what could be the cause of it and what parents need to do to make sure they protect their children.
And it's a pleasant day to be outside with highs in the mid-70s. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know how long it lasts. 6:38.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
A view from Indiana and a time lapse of stratus clouds on the move and a few rain showers in the distance. This was ahead of cooler air that was over the northern plains. That's expected to bring a Friday cool down. Now to North Carolina, where these clouds formed from overnight fog that was slow to evaporate. Looks like they're giving the mountaintop a good morning hug.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody. 6:41 is your time right now as we look out over a gorgeous shot. Look at our live window opening up here and showing you the inner harbor in all of its glory. Maybe just a light jacket, but definitely the sunglasses for later today. No need for the umbrella. Carlos the Crab, what do you think? There we go. That's a 5. That's a 5 on the Crabcast today. Yeah. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect for the weekend forecast coming up in a few minutes. From crabs to puppies, right?
That's right. In fact, take a look at this. A dog sitter went viral for face planting while trying to corral just a bunch of puppies.
I mean, how... This is James Phillipson. He was dog sitting for his sister-in-law who owns 4 adorable Rottweiler puppies when he kept trying to... Ooh. That hurts. He's trying to keep them inside the gate. They wanted to follow him out. They love him because he's so wonderful. And then he fell. But he was able to shut the gate. Look at the puppies. They came to see if he was okay.
He just closed he just closed the gate on himself. He's just like, forget it.
You know what?
Stay in here with him.
If you're going to fall, that's the way to fall, and have puppies just come give you some love afterwards. Poor guy, though. There he is just trying to help out. And
the dogs kept chasing him out.
And then his sister, of course, saves the video.
Oh, yeah, and then posts it. Why not? Yeah. What family does, right? Spacecraft carrying NASA's Crew 5 docked at the International Space Station yesterday afternoon. How this mission is making history.
And after years of saving, Maryland parents are being told they do not have full access to their kids' college funds. Can you imagine how the state is trying to fix this problem? It is 6:42 on a beautiful Friday morning.
.45. And now in your morning rush, Fox 45 News continues to receive complaints about violent encounters with squeegee kids. So we pressed city council members about the answers. Olivia Dance is joining us now. Olivia, what were some of those responses, though?
Well, Tom, their answers were anything but reassuring. We asked them if squeegee kids should be removed from corners immediately, and also how long city residents will have to wait before something is done. But city council members demanded answers from us rather than answering our questions. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we'll take a closer look at their full responses. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Maryland families unable to access their 529 college savings funds may have a temporary fix. And here it is. At a town hall, the state unveiled support forms. If someone fills out a form, that triggers a review of their account. But it's only been marketed as a short-term solution. Frustration obviously growing among parents.
They've had auditors working on this for 6 months down at Intuition. Why do they need more money to manage this issue and problem? It's just, in my mind, it looks like, all the hallmarks of government waste.
Maryland's 529 is promising another update at the end of the month.
Trending now, the fan who caught New York Yankees Aaron Judge's American League record 62nd home run baseball is being offered $2 million.
No.
Oh yeah, right away. They offered it right when they were saying when he got to 61, they were talking about the baseball. Look, there he is, $2 million right there.
Yep.
Comes from J.P. Cohen, the owner of the Sports Memorabilia Auction House, and he wants to use it for an exhibit. So he's saying, hey, this is a good price, $2 million. But the man has not responded yet to Cohen's offer because he may actually even get more for it. It's a baseball. People were talking about, oh, one guy jumped over the railing. He didn't, or he fell over the railing trying to get it. He actually jumped down because he didn't think he was going to make it to the stands and fall into the bullpen, so he's going to grab it there. He missed $2 million by about a foot.
So what do you do with that ball? In a savings account somewhere, like one of the boxes at the bank? Like, you can't just have that at home.
No, that's why I said,
Get rid of it.
Yeah, $2 million.
Cash
I'm like, here you go.
Another question for you guys. How do you know if it's legit or not? How does he prove that that is the game ball?
Good point.
Good point. Yep.
I mean, look, I've got like collectibles that I got from my dad from years ago.
Yeah.
There's a baseball. I think Stan Musial signed it.
Wow.
And I'm like, oh, this is really cool. I don't know if it's legit. I don't even know how to authenticate it. I don't even know how to do that. So that's a good point, man, because you're like, okay, this is the ball that Aaron Judge hit.
Right.
And it's like, all right.
Is
so,
it? Because you know someone at home is like, no, this is it. Right?
It's like, I've got it. I guess you have to go with that guy and say, this is the one. Maybe he could do the whole, like, yeah, this is the one, and keep it a little.
I would just take that $2 and run then.
Yeah, we are so jaded.
Who's going to pay $2 million though for
They
that?
are.
They're already out there.
Yeah.
And then just to have it in their
They'll
house.
sell it for $4 million in like 20 years. That's the whole thing. It's an investment. So, yeah.
62nd home run, clean baseball player is the big thing here because other players have done it, but they were doing some, some sports enhancing drugs.
Yeah.
So yeah.
No fun.
All right. 6:48 your time right now.
Yeah.
12 minutes in front of 7 o'clock. Today, ladies and gentlemen, is World College Radio Day.
Wow.
World College Radio Day.
Very specific.
Yeah. So, myself started in college radio when I was not in college. I was a teenager. No, I was seriously. I went on the air with my brother-in-law in Massachusetts, WMUA. And we, messed around or whatever. Then KUNV in Las Vegas, the University of Las Vegas, Nevada of Las Vegas radio station. That's where I started. And I was 14 years old. Yep. Hey, it's J.C. Cooper on the Rock Avenue. Here's 10,000 Maniacs. That's what I did. So, and here I am today. You're welcome. You're welcome, everybody. All right, our 6:49 is our time now. I've just spent a minute talking about that nonsense. 54 is your temp in Towson. Let's get to the forecast, shall we? Rise and shine cast as you get ready for some bagels, some donuts, some bacon, eggs, avocado toast, whatever you want. Mid to upper 50s and lower 60s as you're out and about here. Next couple of minutes, we'll get that sun coming up. Maybe you're hanging out at Hunt Valley Town Center up there in Cockeysville today. 67 by 10 a.m. I always thought they should have a British accent when you say, where are you from? I'm from Cockeysville. Don't you think that'd be more better than just, I'm from Cockeysville? No, I'm from Cockeysville. 79 by 2 o'clock this afternoon. And we'll see those numbers here in the mid-70s as you're doing happy hour later today. Great day to do that. Check out these numbers, low to mid and upper 70s across Westminster and Eldersburg through Baltimore County. But look at the colder air. Cleveland, Pittsburgh in the 50s today. We are getting in on some of that tomorrow as that cold front comes in. Overall, if you want to get the grass cut, no issues here. Yard and Garden Cast, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Get the mums planted, everything looking good. And Sunday night football here. The Bengals will be in town taking on the Ravens there at M&T Bank Stadium. 8:20 kickoff. We're talking about numbers in the lower 50s. Definitely grab the jacket and the sweatshirt, whatever Ravens gear you got to stay warm because it's going to be cooler as the night wears on. But great football weather on Sunday night. So 70s today, lower 60s tomorrow, mid 60s on Sunday afternoon, and then upper 60s and lower 70s into early next week. Meg?
Looks pretty good. Thanks, Justin. Well, get active and get moving for heart health research and fundraising this weekend. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark will be live at the Great Maryland Heart Walk with the preview.
And Justin was just talking about the Baltimore Ravens squaring off against the Bengals Sunday night, which means a lot of snacking on unhealthy foods. Just ahead, simple ways to keep the game days healthy. But before you huddle up for game day,
here's an easy play. Pass it to a coffee break.
.654 in today's Assignment America. Hunter Biden has now been under investigation since 2018 for his overseas business dealings with countries like China and Ukraine.
Now, federal agents reportedly believe they have enough evidence to charge the president's son with tax and gun crimes.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins with more on what happens next.
Well, now it's up to the U.S. Attorney for Delaware, a Trump appointee, to decide whether or not to prosecute Hunter Biden. But according to sources close to the investigation, the evidence is there.
The president's son facing jail time and hefty fines if the U.S. Attorney in Delaware decides to prosecute. The Washington Post reporting Thursday that federal agents have gathered what they believe is sufficient evidence to charge him with tax crimes and a false statement related to a gun purchase.
Well, on the firearms charge, lying on that form is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. Criminal tax evasion is punishable by up to 5 years in federal prison, a $100,000 fine, plus you have to pay back all of the taxes that you didn't pay.
In a statement to NBC News, Hunter Biden's attorney, Chris Clark, writing, "It is a federal felony for a federal agent to leak information about a grand jury investigation such as this one. We expect the Department of Justice will diligently investigate and prosecute such bad actors." We reached out to the White House. They referred us to the Justice Department, who responded with, "The department declines to comment." The Justice Department under intense scrutiny for Hunter Biden's case after whistleblowers alleged widespread attempts by the FBI and DOJ to squash investigations into the president's son.
All of this should have happened a long time ago. You know, most of this information was available, as you know, back in 2020. It was apparently suppressed by certain individuals in the FBI who didn't want an investigation going on. That's according to whistleblowers. And thank goodness it's finally being investigated the way it should have been 2 years ago.
Tax and gun charges could just be the beginning of Hunter's legal troubles. Congressional Republicans have promised to fully investigate Hunter's international business deals and any involvement his father may have had should Republicans retake Congress in this November's midterm elections. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Thank you, Kayla. The U.S. is moving toward decriminalizing marijuana. Doing so completely would require action from Congress and possibly even some state lawmakers.
But President Biden is acting within his power is the big question. Biden pardoning people convicted of simple possession at the federal level. He's encouraging governors to do the same for state offenses. He's also ordering a review of whether marijuana should be Scheduled I narcotic or not.
Some say those steps are long overdue and a way for Biden to keep a campaign promise. Others point out that the announcement comes about a month before the midterms.
Gas prices likely going up in the coming months.
They were already starting to rise slightly. Then the oil-producing countries in OPEC Plus voted to reduce production in November.
Yeah, a series of economic dominoes could be poised to fall. Starts with the OPEC Plus decision to slash oil production by 2 million barrels a day starting next month.
Retailers paying more for shipping could pass on the cost to consumers, and broader inflation could impact interest rates.
Now, the Fed says more interest rate hikes will be necessary to get this inflation under control.
Those hikes play a role in big purchases that require financing, which is something that vendors at the Annapolis Powerboat Show are familiar with. They say higher rates tend to impact boat sales as needs outweigh wants in the household budget. We asked about the impact of rising fuel on sales.
So it is incredibly costly, but again, I think people are so much putting a lot more value on their time and family and activities and quality time that, you know, they're making that a priority.
Several shop owners say people's interest at the boat show will be a good indicator of the buying season ahead, which typically starts in January. Fed officials projected last month that they would push short-term interest rates to roughly 4.6% by early 2023.
Fox 45 News is pressing city council members on the Squeegee kid issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, here there are answers that are anything but reassuring.
Looking to safely take a dip in the harbor? That could be a possibility. The encouraging signs from the latest Inner Harbor report card.
And as we slide into the weekend, we're taking temperatures. I messed the whole thing up. Let's just go do the thing. Sorry.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
He's going somewhere.
I know, he's sliding into our weekend.
I felt that.
I know. You start off so good. Man, all right, we'll get it. Try it again next hour there, Justin. All right, thank you for joining us on this Friday, October 7th, that we just slid into.
I'm Megan Gilland.
Tom Rogers.
And here's Justin Chambers.
Here I am. I'm over here. You know, in my head, it looked great. I thought this was going to be really cool, and then just messed it up.
The slide was good. It was a good slide.
The slide was fine.
Was
I just
great.
did not know how to talk.
Risky business slide.
Exactly. Almost a risky business slide, yeah. Let's take a look outside right now. Maybe you're doing that this morning as you get out and about. Look at that gorgeous shot from our Inner Harbor camera. The sun not quite up yet, but our temperatures today, guys, are going to be above average again. We're starting off in the 40s and 50s for Westminster and Bel Air. 50-year temp in Cockeysville, 55-year number in Baltimore City right now. So weather story, a cool and clear morning. We do have a warm afternoon ahead, very similar to the numbers we saw yesterday. And then it will be much cooler by the time we head into tomorrow. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go, mid to upper 50s out there on your morning drive. Maybe the bun warmers on, but you won't need them this afternoon. Check out these numbers, mid to upper 70s for our afternoon highs. We'll take a look at that cool down for tomorrow and what we can expect for your Ravens game and all sorts of activities for the weekend coming up. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network now, and we're tracking some slowdowns along the outer loop, and that's because of the volume right there. Everybody else moving along just fine. You see also in Parkville, the traditional 7 o'clock slowdown there as the volume increases.
7:01, and we begin this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is demanding answers from city leaders about what they're doing to keep drivers and squeegee kids safe.
Now, it comes after a story that Fox 45 first brought you Wednesday, where a man is accused of shooting at 3 squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them. Charging documents say he shot them because the squeegee kids, he says, stole thousands of dollars from his mother using a Cash App.
At a city council meeting, Fox 45 News pressed the city council on their plans to remove the squeegee kids from street corners, and their answers are far from reassuring.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with the questions that were actually flipped back onto us. Olivia.
Yeah, that's exactly right. At yesterday's public safety hearing, the chair of the committee demanded answers from us rather than answering our questions. And as you mentioned, Fox 45 News recently received documents laying out how a man shot 2 squeegee kids after they allegedly stole thousands of dollars from his mother. So one of the questions that we asked city council members is, quote, for the safety of motorists and squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately given that most recent incident? Now take a listen to how Councilman Conway responded after our own Keith Daniels asked him that question.
How would we clear the corners?
You tell me.
I mean, you asked the question. I want to make sure I understand what that means. How do you clear the corners?
Removing the squeegee kids from the corner?
How do we do that?
I don't know, Councilman. How do you do that?
Well, I think
that's not for me to decide.
Well,
that's for you guys to decide.
Well, you asked the question, and it seems like a good idea if only except you can't just remove people from corners.
Fox 45 News has received many reports of other violent encounters with squeegee kids. Supporters say they're trying to make an honest dollar, while critics say their unwanted service is leading to conflicts. But we continue to press council members on the question.
How long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about the problem, though?
Well, it's not like we're not doing anything. Again, we're trying to get the right solutions in place. It's not like nothing's happening. So things are moving forward.
How do you remove these kids from the corners? You can't just arrest them. And I think we had a long hearing, 4 hours long before, that's not really an option.
Now, based on those responses you just heard, it seems there's no solution in sight, but we will continue to press city leaders for answers on this issue. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, Fox 45 News also sent several questions to Mayor Scott.
The first one asks, are you failing to see there is a problem on these corners, both for motorists and these kids? Our second question, as we take a look, it says, why are you letting kids cause havoc in the city?
Now, our third question asks, if you can't get a handle on the squeegee kids, how can you get a handle on the crime facing the city? Finally, what is your reaction to the man who allegedly shot 2 squeegee kids after his mother was robbed in an apparent app scam? Well, the mayor responding to all 4 of our questions, and you can find those responses on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
It brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Mayor Scott to get the squeegee situation under control? Taking a look, for those who have responded so far, 99% say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Laws are in place to keep squeegee kids off the streets, but Mayor Scott will not enforce them. One law states that a person may not stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. And then there's another statute that actually targets aggressive soliciting, blocking a driver, obscene language, and intimidation. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed those laws on WBAL radio, saying there is not an easy answer.
There are a lot of nuances to that. So there is no just yes or no. And while there are laws on the books, don't forget, the way to enforce it has caused the police department problems. And that's what we are working on now with the collaborative, trying to figure out the appropriate constitutional way to enforce it.
Now, the commissioner is referring to the fact that panhandling is protected speech under the First Amendment. However, some legal experts that we've spoken with say squeegee kids' actions often go beyond what the law protects.
The Supreme Court has never said that you can't stop somebody from interfering with a driver of a vehicle while that person is in a lane of traffic. That's crazy. That's not speech. That's conduct.
BPD is using hundreds of hours of overtime to have officers sit at known squeegee corners. Police say there's no end date for the patrols, even though the commissioner has called the practice unsustainable.
It is not sustainable because our manpower doesn't allow us to do that, because there's so many other serious things that we have to respond to and that we have to be in places to prevent. And so we can't sustain this indefinitely.
While the Baltimore City Police Department is struggling to fill hundreds of open positions, as the crime crisis grows in the city, the numbers becoming alarming. New data released by the FBI shows the number of sworn police officers in Baltimore has declined. As you see it right here, the red this year for the past decade. Taking a look at the data, 2013, the city employed more than 2,800 police officers, but every year since, that numbers have slowly declined. Now it's just under 2,200 officers that are fighting the crime in Baltimore. The numbers have dropped almost 700 from just a decade ago.
The city has struggled over the years to recruit new officers, even with a $5,000 signing bonus and a starting salary of $60,000. In a statement, the president of the police union writes, the retention efforts are non-existent and the recruitment efforts are a sham. Baltimore, you need to demand that this undercover defund the police movement by the police commissioner and mayor ends now for all of our safety.
If Baltimore has 1,000 officers by the end of the decade, I'll be shocked. When you are losing more officers to retirement and resignations than you can recruit, they're leaving faster than they join, you are in trouble. And Baltimore has been in trouble for a decade.
According to the police union, officers are leaving not only because of low pay, but poor working conditions and hostile work environment.
Well, this morning, the Department of Labor is set to release the September jobs report. It comes as inflation hits a 20-year high.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center with what we're expecting today. Taylor.
Yeah, it's a live look at the White House right now as we wait for that jobs report to come out at 8:30 this morning. Analysts are predicting a hiring slowdown. Early estimates suggest fewer than 300,000 jobs were added last month, which is still a pretty solid number considering this historic inflation and these increasingly high interest rates. Unemployment is down from 2% this summer, and layoffs remain low. But also look at this. People who took a break or left their jobs during the pandemic and what's being referred to as the Great Resignation, they're beginning to come off the bench and start looking for jobs in this market. They could add to that unemployment total we see today. So we'll continue to update you as these numbers come out at 8:30. That's the latest here at the Live Center. Megan Tom.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Happening now, the Waterfront Partnership of Baltimore is releasing some new data on the progress that it's making in the Inner Harbor and trying to make it swimmable and fishable again.
Organizers say the report shows a positive trend towards that goal, but cautions against swimming in most cases. This year's report card shows lower bacteria in the water and a significant reduction in sewer overflows.
Problems are being fixed, and the water is getting cleaner. And it's still time. It's time for us to embrace the harbor as a recreational resource.
Well, the Waterfront Partnership says a statewide ban on foam containers has also led to a big reduction of trash in the harbor picked up by trash wheels.
We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers. He just slid right into the shot right there to talk about this. So, all right, the question is, I mean, when we say swimming in the harbor, all of us cringed. We're like, not yet, right?
Not yet.
No.
No. Okay.
I mean, I love that it's cleaner. That's awesome.
Right.
I love that the trash wheels are doing their thing and we got less waste out there. We want it to be nice and fresh and clean for our visitors and to, do your runs and walks and stuff around there down near the Inner Harbor. But as for going in, I don't think so.
What about fishing? Would you be quicker to fish there than to swim? Which one?
For sure. I eat crabs out of the harbor.
Yeah,
there you go.
I would definitely do that if I was a fisherman. I don't know how to do it. Okay. So
one day.
One day.
Maybe you can slide into that role soon.
Exactly, yeah. And there's our taxi. We love that thing right there. I haven't even been on a water taxi since I moved here. I don't know. I talk about it. I get excited. Haven't been in the Bromo Seltzer Tower. I've got time. Either way, a beautiful shot here this morning as we look out. I mentioned, too, that Jess did the thing. What'd she do? The, what's it called that? Stand-up paddleboarding. And she did that, yeah. And she did that in Canton, and she was fine. She didn't fall in, so that's the whole thing. All right, if you're going to do a run or a jog down near the Inner Harbor, maybe out at Fed Hill this morning, upper 50s and lower 60s. Overall, cool conditions for your jogging cast. Definitely enjoyable here this morning. Check out our high temps today. Look at that. Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid to upper 70s from Westminster all the way over Reisterstown into Towson. 76 Perry Hall and White Marsh, almost 80 in Baltimore this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at the cool down that we're going to expect or experience tomorrow. That's coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Fox 45 wants to get you up and get you moving this morning.
That's right. Mark Clark with Be More Lifestyles working up a sweat this morning with the Greater Maryland Heart Walk that's taking place this weekend in Timonium. Fox 45 is the media sponsor for this event, and we can expect to see some, I guess.
Is it stretching? I think we're stretching.
He's doing something out there. He's moving. That's the bottom line. Just keep moving, right?
Oh, hey guys, what's going on? Yeah, just stretching because we're getting ready to do some Zumba. It's all about the heart this morning. We'll be checking in and talking about the great event going down for our heart, guys, for the heart. Yeah, I'm stretching, guys, I'm stretching.
I like to see the stretching, but we're hearing you're doing Zumba, and that is very exciting.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Yes, I'm going to be Zumba. I'm Zumba-in. Is that a word, Zumba-in? I'm doing that.
Yes, it is now. Looking forward to it, Mark. Here's a look at the stories making headlines other than Mark this hour.
I want them to know that you were special.
A mother sharing her grief with Fox 45 News after police say her estranged husband, a former Baltimore City police officer, killed her son. Hear her outrage about the recent development in the case.
A woman preyed on by a would-be thief. Coming up in Maryland's Most Wanted, the manhunt for the fugitive as another crime is solved. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.7:15, a pickpocket attempt turns into a brawl inside a Baltimore City gas station.
Yeah, and the fugitive wanted in a love story turned attempted murder is now in custody.
Alexa Ashwell has this week's Maryland's Most Wanted.
Investigators say this man, Nathaniel Henry Williams, waited until he found his perfect victim and then robbed her of hundreds of dollars in cash. He's been on the run for the past 2 months, and now the U.S. Marshals Service needs your help tracking him down. September 18th, 2022, East Baltimore. A woman walks into this Carroll Motor Fuels to use the ATM, unaware of just how closely investigators say a man is watching her.
She goes into the store, she attempts to access the ATM, get some cash out. But the whole time she feels kind of eerie because she feels like the male inside the store is watching her.
Watching and waiting. According to investigators, that man is 27-year-old Nathaniel Henry Williams. Investigators say after the woman gets cash from the ATM, she moves to the checkout line. And that's when Williams strikes, reaching around her body and pulling $200 out of her front pocket.
Physically puts his hand in her pocket, removes the cash.
Al Maresca is a deputy marshal with the U.S. Marshals Service. He says the woman fought back, and while in a tug of war over the money, is pulled to the ground, hitting her head.
She got into a tussle with the subject before he was able to take her cash and flee the scene on foot.
Investigators say surveillance footage and witness statements ultimately led police to identifying Williams, but attempts to locate him have been unsuccessful.
This guy's had an extensive criminal history. They have run this with the law, and it's repeat behavior.
Investigators stressing there's no limit to his victims, and Williams must be brought to justice.
It just goes to show that individuals like this have no respect for the law, nor the personal securities of an eighth person.
Take a good look. Williams stands at about 5'7" and weighs approximately 165 pounds. Investigators do believe he is still in the Baltimore region, so if you have any information to his whereabouts, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshals Service. After months on the run, this fugitive wanted in a love story turned case of attempted murder is now in custody. According to the U.S. Marshals Service, Samal Chavez was arrested and taken into custody during a warrant sweep here in Baltimore. Chavez was featured on Maryland's Most Wanted back in May. In a fit of rage, investigators say Chavez is accused of shooting his lover in the head as she was fleeing to a Baltimore police station for help.
He fired multiple shots. It just so happened that the witnesses in this case were the police officers that were at the police station. They heard the discharging of the firearm, ran outside.
Thankfully, the woman survived and Chavez now in custody. If you recognize any of the fugitives on our board, including Williams, you're asked to contact the U.S. Marshals Service. The tip line number right here, 1-877-WANTED-2. Or you can contact Maresca directly. His number right here, 202-819-5058. Remember, you can always remain anonymous and you could earn a reward. I'm Alexa Ashwell, and this is Maryland's Most Wanted.
Well, 7:18 on this Friday morning. We are heading into the weekend. Beautiful Thursday. Looks like today, another one.
Oh, my goodness. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here to celebrate this. Sun is up now, and we're ready.
Yeah, we're looking good, guys. I mean, we may have a little bit more wind today, expecting that wind to be from the west, about 10 to 15 miles an hour, and a few more clouds this afternoon. But overall, temperatures are looking great. As we show you here from our live cam, check out the stadiums right there. Camden Yards and M&T Bank all lit up in the sun's glow. Oh, my goodness. Check out this shot on your TV right now. Look at that. Zoomed into that sunrise. Thanks to the folks in the back for getting that great shot from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson. Beautiful. Our bus stop forecast, beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop this morning. At least a light jacket on because temperatures still hanging in the 50s this hour and for the next hour as well. But back to the mid-70s by noon. And when you pick those kids up later today, get ready for those soccer practices, lacrosse, football, baseball, whatever you got. We're seeing those temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Hank the Bird, he's excited about that on our Bird is the Wordcast. Yep, 63 by 9 a.m. and then mid-70s through the noon hour into the mid to upper 70s later today. 74 Westminster and Bel Air, 75 in Chestertown, Stevensville, Eastern Shore looking good, as is Annapolis at 75, close to 80 in Baltimore City. And check out the numbers up and down the 95 corridor. If you're heading north to New York or Philly, you'll see those low to mid and upper 70s, 77 in D.C., lower 80s in Richmond today. But look at the cooler air on the left side of your screen. Cleveland and Pittsburgh right there, seeing those temperatures only in the 50s today. That's because they're already seeing the colder air, and we're getting that tomorrow. The cold front will move in later this afternoon. We'll warm up before that happens, and then the breezy and cool conditions through tomorrow morning will last into the afternoon. But plenty of sunshine on Saturday. And Sunday looks pretty good, too, for football, not only here at home, but maybe you're heading down the road to Landover, checking out the Commanders, as they'll have a game Sunday afternoon. And then by the time we get into Monday, we'll see a few of those clouds rolling in, but overall, we're looking pretty good, and we're staying dry, too. So, yeah, Sunday Night Football, 8:20 kickoff, 53 degrees there in Baltimore, and temps dropping throughout the game as the Bengals are in town this weekend. So just make sure to plan for that if you're heading out to that game. Here's your 7-day forecast. Look at that big temperature drop-off. So almost 80 today, but only lower 60s tomorrow. Both Saturday and Sunday morning, we're going to wake up in the 40s. Some folks in the western part of Maryland and possibly in our northwestern counties Could even see some 30s by Sunday morning. There are some frost freeze concerns for some of the higher elevations. Not yet here at home. Don't throw things at the TV, please. 60s and 70s on the way next week.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
We are getting Maryland back to work. It's time for our Job of the Day. The Annie E. Casey Foundation looking to hire a meeting and event planner. If you'd like some more information about this position, you can go to foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to us at news@foxbaltimore.com.
A group of people experiencing homelessness are protesting after the city ordered them to leave. The demands they're making this morning.
And thousands of people will be out here at Timonium Fairgrounds. The Greater Maryland Heart Walk is going down. We're talking about that this morning on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.724 and It's So Baltimore. Get active in moving for heart health research and fundraising that's happening this weekend.
You don't want to miss this. If you're about to go do something, stay with us. Fox 45 News is immediate sponsor of the Greater Maryland Heart Walk. It's a fun event for the entire family. Tom's going to be out there tomorrow. But right now, we have Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live at the Timonium, in Timonium, with a preview. And you're going to be doing some Zumba, I hear.
Yes, later on this morning, I will be out getting, doing the whatever to get that heart pumping. Karen here is the expert. And Karen, you were saying that it's so important for us to get out of your chair, get out of our chairs and move our bodies.
Absolutely.
Talk to us
It's
about
important.
that.
The benefits, again, of any type of physical activity, any type, few minutes a day is 30 minutes is actually recommended, 5 days a week of moderate intensity exercise. However, any amount of exercise is good, starting from the top down, the benefits starting with the brain health. We want to help with our lungs and heart and function and decrease that cardiovascular disease. You can go on down, reducing stress, anxiety, and depression, strengthening our bones, keeping those strong and reducing bone loss as we get older, and then going on down to reducing or preventing type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes, and then overall maintaining a healthy weight.
And so Karen, are you finding that people, after COVID, are people getting back out there? Are they more active, or has it been kind of sluggish for people to get back active again?
Well, I think with this beautiful weather we've been having, it's been great to get outside and actually move around. As it's getting a little colder, so we may want to move inside, or if the weather is not really good, what can we do to stay active and move inside? So breaking it up into little snack bites of activity, as opposed to doing little snack bites. So 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, walking the dog, taking that 10 minutes maybe in the morning, at lunchtime, taking 10 minutes, and get up out of your chair. We work a lot in our chairs, so we can show you some
out of the chair. And this weekend, we're going to see our own superstar Sexy Tom in his sweat outfits. Ladies, oh yes, it's going down.
I didn't even pay him for that.
Tom is going to be out here, his biceps bulging and everything, Tom. We're looking forward to this.
Is that true?
Yeah, I guess so. Apparently I'm going to be working out a lot out there.
I thought we were just standing up. I didn't realize the presence I was in.
And now, yes, we'll be throwing some weights around out there. All right.
Oh, my goodness. Mark, we're going to be checking back in. It is going to be a lot of fun out there. We're going to put more information on our website so you can get out there and see Tom live and in person. FoxBaltimore.com/newslinks.
Go home and start working on my biceps now. All right. Sun shining again in Baltimore, but that doesn't mean that we are seeing any warmer temperatures. Not feeling them either. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down the chilly weekend we could feel in his full Weather Authority forecast.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following three big stories this morning. The never-ending debate on How to handle squeegee kids, how city leaders reacted when Fox 45 News pressed them for answers.
As the crime crisis continues in Baltimore City, the police department struggling to fill vacant positions. We're taking a look at the number of openings and comparing them with previous years.
Plus, a violent crisis in the classroom. The alarming trend happening in Baltimore County schools that isn't slowing down. Thanks for joining us. It's Friday, October 7th. Feel that Friday feel. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get over to somebody that's feeling it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for us.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I mean, I think a lot of us are excited considering how nice yesterday was and the fact that we get a repeat performance of that for today. Maybe a little bit windier later this afternoon, but overall not too bad. Definitely an outdoors type afternoon. Look at that sun that is shining brightly right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam in Towson. And numbers right now are mainly in the 50s statewide. You can see 50s for Baltimore and Westminster over to Bel Air, 56 in Annapolis, upper 40s in Oakland this morning. So Western Maryland, chillier. That's where some of those leaves are already changing, by the way. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Next couple of hours, mid to upper 50s and 63 by 9 a.m. And we'll top out today almost at 80 degrees again. But look at that big drop off. We'll wake up tomorrow morning in the 40s and highs tomorrow only in the lower 60s, back to the mid 60s on Sunday. It's going to be a nice fall weekend either way. We'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast coming up in just a few. How are we looking on the roads right now, Meg?
You know, we've got a crash that we're now following, Justin. It's blocking the right lane on the outer loop. This is at Route 1. Causing some volume. We've got a couple yellow spots showing the slowdowns there. Otherwise, not bad for 7:30 in the morning. Well, Fox 45 News is investigating the crisis in the Baltimore County classrooms after Perry Hall High School sees a second big fight in 8 days. This incident put the school on a brief lockdown.
Yeah, in fact, last Wednesday, authorities arrested a juvenile because of the fight at the school. You see it in the video right here showing the girl carrying a baseball bat. She says she had to do it to protect herself.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Perry Hall High School. And Olivia, we know this isn't the only place this is happening.
Good morning. Yeah, that's right. And students here are heading back to school right now. But yesterday, Perry Hall High was placed on a lockdown after an assault behind the school where one person was taken to the hospital. But this isn't the only violent incident the school has seen recently. And now a growing number of politicians and parents are demanding action. Pat McDonough, the Republican challenger for Baltimore County executive, is blaming his opponent.
They are promoting a policy of discipline that really is no discipline.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
This most recent incident comes less than a week after parents and community leaders held a protest outside of the school because of other recent violence. One community member alleges his niece was attacked by her bullies just a week ago at Perry Hall. And after the incident yesterday, the principal of the school sent a letter notifying parents of the assault, saying they went into lockdown out of an abundance of caution and that the incident occurred in the community. Back to you.
Now, Olivia, though, the question is that we heard from Pat McDonough putting the blame on Kern County Executive Johnny Olszewski. So has Olszewski responded to the recent violence?
Yeah, Tom, he has. And the Kern County Executive's office sent us a statement saying, quote, he's working to keep schools safe through the expansion of the school resource officer program, hiring more teachers, social workers, and counselors. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Parents and families participated in a school safety town hall just last week. They invited Superintendent Darrell Williams, but he didn't attend. He was under the microscope at the end of the previous school year. And if you remember, in June, the county council called for Williams to be removed as BCPS leader, in part citing school safety. Ultimately, the school board has that say. He is still in charge, and it appears the county council and superintendent are moving forward.
Well, turning now to a city in crisis, a mother sharing her grief with Fox 45 News after the murder of her 15-year-old son. Police say a former Baltimore City police officer killed his stepson in Anne Arundel County in 2021. Deson Jones' body was found inside a crawl space of Eric Banks' home in Anne Arundel County, and authorities arrested Banks for the murder. This week, the former officer entered an Alford plea, meaning he did not admit guilt, but acknowledged a jury will likely find him guilty. Jones' mother, Latrice Banks, says her husband, estranged husband, took the easy way out.
Because to me, it doesn't say I did it, but it says there's enough evidence to say I did it. So, let's just say you did it then. instead. So I still have those feelings that, no, I'm not happy with it.
Banks is scheduled for sentencing December 9th, facing up to 50 years in prison.
Meanwhile, a group of people experiencing homelessness are protesting after Baltimore City ordered them to leave the area that they have been set up and have some tents in boxes under the JFX.
Well, the city says the group needs to move because the area is reserved for a licensed event, the Baltimore Farmers Market. It happens every Sunday morning. The group says the city hasn't given them alternative housing options, though.
The order from the city after farmers market vendors expressed their frustration over a homeless encampment in an area usually reserved for vendor stalls last weekend.
Now, one vendor says the group refused to let him near the electric outlets and then started threatening him, insisting that they plug in the cords themselves.
One gentleman came, he ripped out all the cords, doing business, not provoked, nothing going on. We're just going around doing our business. Another guy came into this space and threatened me.
Now, you can find more on this protest and the trouble at the farmers market last weekend. That's right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
This morning, the Department of Justice now demanding former President Donald Trump return any classified documents he may still have in his possession.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the latest. Taylor.
Yeah, guys, I want you guys to take a look at this court filing from the Department of Justice. It was filed back on August 30th, and it was sealed then, but now it is unsealed. It's the first indication that the DOJ has questions about the transparency of the documents they've received so far. A new report from the New York Times lays out what's in this filing and why the Department of Justice has reason to believe the former president has not returned all of that sensitive paperwork. They're pointing to empty envelopes with top-secret banners seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago. The Times pointing to Trump's lawyers who are saying they're preparing to take a more defensive approach. A recent court filing says some of those documents include clemency requests, health care documents, IRS forms, and paperwork that appears to be related to the 2020 election. However, as of right now, full details on these documents have just been made available, and we're going to keep you updated with the latest here from the Live Center. Megan, Tom.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Florida residents remain devastated in the days following Hurricane Ian. How one local company is sending a nutritious care package to those in need.
Chillier weekend ahead, but what you can expect the weather to be like when the Ravens take on the Bengals Sunday night. Meteorologist Justin Chambers breaking down your game day forecast. That's coming up in just a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody. Our live cam as the sun lighting up the Bromo Seltzer Tower. That clock, a little off, but hopefully we can work on that. Either way, if you're going to be out and about here next couple of hours, great morning for a run or a jog. Numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s. We'll track how much warmer we get later today, coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. A local eatery is stepping up to help hurricane relief efforts in Florida. Holly Poultry on Wycomico Street in Baltimore loaded up a semi-truck with 25,000 pounds of chicken for families in the Fort Myers area.
Now, that chicken is coming in form of both pre-made meals and frozen meat.
They're going to be cooking some of the stuff we're sending down and feeding people right there at their locations in the Fort Myers marketplace. Also, some of it's going to be going down and then going out to families where they don't have anything, and giving them some resource of supplies, water, and food.
Holly Poultry's owner says some of his employees will stay in Florida for the next few days to help distribute those supplies.
And I apologize for nothing I've ever done, because I did it all from a place of purity, and I've been 98% accurate.
The latest developments in the Alex Jones trial. How much money he will have to pay Sandy Hook parents.
Heart inflammation in Americans 12 to 15 is being linked to a second dose of the COVID vaccine. Up next, though, what to do if you're on the fence about whether to get your young kids a booster shot. 7:42 is your time. Yeah, in today's Health Watch, a new study from Kaiser Permanente researchers, they found 1 in 7,000 boys ages 12 to 15 years old develop myocarditis after receiving the Pfizer vaccine. Well, joining us now, Dr. Jean Judy, a radiologist at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and is studying myocarditis in athletes who have had COVID. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
When we talk about this, it's not a very big number, but still, it's alarming. 1 in 7,000, it's a lot larger than what we were kind of led on to believe. What are the results here, and how serious should parents be looking at this?
Yeah, I think it's very important. You know, we're looking at the effectiveness of the vaccine. Mm-hmm. And I think it's important for the viewers to kind of keep this in scope. When we think about myocarditis as a whole, even before the advent of COVID. We know that young boys were actually more affected than young girls. And so with that, all of COVID, we know that, again, patients who are not vaccinated have more severe symptoms, more severe effect, not unvaccinated versus vaccinated. So now looking at the vaccinated, this smaller group, again, this particular study looked at 7 million, found 1 in 7 million, around 300 in 7 million cases. And this actually corresponds to data that we already have. We already knew that young boys would be potentially affected. So how is this information important? It helps us guide the timing of when young boys should be getting their vaccine compared to others. Also lets us know that, when we consider boosters, that obviously we want to spread them out a little bit because, subsequent boosters in a close time period can increase the possibility. Although, again, the possibility with vaccination is far less and far less severe than without vaccination.
Yeah, and important to emphasize that a couple times there, so thank you, doctor. But is there a way to screen for myocarditis with boys or teenagers?
It's really not a diagnosis that's easily screenable. Obviously, if someone has had a bout of that before, that raises the situation. But myocarditis itself is relatively rare, and because of that, sometimes it may not necessarily be determined. They're like, oh, well, possibly could be some flu. The main important thing is that as soon as someone develops symptoms, is to bring it to the attention of your physician as soon as possible. Now, fortunately, those with myocarditis, it's usually very self-limited, very few days, very uncommon to have any long-term complications. Those without vaccination who develop myocarditis tend to be more severe, more likely to have a hospital course, and in very rare cases may have more significant outcomes.
Yeah, again, a lot longer too. Dr. Gene Judy, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you. Be safe, Baltimore.
Thank you.
7:47 now, and it's time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, and this weekend now it kind of looks gloomy and not as bright as when you step out back behind you right there, but sun's up and it's
incorrect.
Great.
Look at just open your eyes. Look, Tom, what are you talking about gloomy?
Does it look gloomy a little bit? You have to look for the sun. If they turn the camera, you would actually see sun, but right there, it was a little gloomy.
The sun is shining on M&T Bank Stadium and that new Topgolf. You guys see that? Those
the poles up.
Yeah, the poles are up right there.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
I think it'll be fun, I think we do a family outing with the morning show at 10:01 some morning once it's open. Speaking of M&T Bank Stadium, guys, we are looking good right now, and that game is looking good in terms of weather for Sunday night football as the Bengals will be in town. Kickoff at 8:20, lower 50s. If you're tailgating in the afternoon, great day to do that, but just know those temperatures will be dropping as we head into the later part of the evening and into the later part of the night. So we're talking about lower 50s. Definitely want to grab your long sleeve Ravens gear as you're heading out to that. As you're heading out this morning, our numbers are going to keep going up. Upper 50s and lower 60s as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours. Sun will be up until 6:40 tonight. Here's a look at the high temps here. 72 is the average this time of year. Across Carroll County, we're going to see a lot of mid-70s for you. Westminster and Eldersburg. 73 the Hereford zone. 75 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Mid-70s for you in Perry Hall and White Marsh as well. In Harford and Cecil counties, we'll continue to see more of those mid-70s. Aberdeen, Perryman, up into Elkton, Chesapeake City there. That's 75 this afternoon. I've never been there. I'd like to check that out sometime. Up and down the 95 corridor, we'll see those low to mid and upper 70s. New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. But notice, look at on this map, the orange color contours for the warmer temperatures here. And that blue, that's up in the Great Lakes region around Cleveland, only 53 today and 59 in Pittsburgh. Guess what? We're getting some of that cooler air. Here comes that cold front. It's not Iny Kamosi with the hot stepper, but it is the cold front that's on the way as we take you into that 4 and 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. We'll warm up, and then that's going to drop the temperatures overnight into tomorrow morning. We'll see mostly sunny skies tomorrow afternoon, looking pretty good there. And then Sunday will be a little bit warmer than it will be tomorrow. So just know that we do have some temperatures that will be changing. And it's perfect time of year for that. Fall, right? Halloween in just 24 days from right now. We're 5 weeks out from Veterans Day. Thanksgiving, that's Terrence the Turkey in 48 days. And Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree in just 79 days from right now. 7-day forecast looking good. Again, we're not seeing any rain. Not until the very end of it. Right around Thursday is when we'll have the potential of seeing some more showers rolling in. But temperatures overall a little cooler, as I mentioned, this weekend, but then warming right back up next week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning, SpaceX is making history.
Colonel Nicole Mann is now the first female Marine and first Indigenous woman to lead a NASA space flight.
It's incredible to be in space. Mom, look, I'm finally in space.
The 45-year-old is part of the SpaceX Crew 5 mission that launched Wednesday from Cape Canaveral. They docked at the International Space Station yesterday afternoon to start a 5-month stay.
Well, it's now up to the jury to decide how much money Alex Jones owns in damages to the Sandy Hook families.
Jones and his company were found guilty of libel for claiming the 2012 elementary school shooting was a hoax on his InfoWars radio show.
Now, Sandy Hook families sued Jones, saying that they received death threats from listeners who believed that they were crisis actors.
Outside of the courtroom, Jones has continued to bash the proceedings. Those rants became evidence yesterday.
I am so sick of their lies and their fraud. I don't believe anything they say. And I apologize for nothing I've ever done because I did it all from a place of purity, and I've been 98% accurate.
Defense lawyers say the families are exaggerating their claims of being harmed and harassed.
Attorneys for the families called for an award of $550 million, tying it to social media views that he got from making the false claims. I see.
A loud boom is what many high school students heard and saw at their homecoming. Take a look at this. What caused the 50-year tradition to end with that explosion?
My goodness. And the Ravens getting ready for an explosive Sunday night game against the Bengals. We're looking back at the other matchups between Baltimore and Cincinnati, plus ways to make your tailgate snacks a little healthier. And if you're already tailgating, there's one obvious beverage to start with.
We got to kick things off with a coffee break. All right, taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium, where the Baltimore Ravens will be squaring off against the Bengals Sunday night.
Sunday night. After suffering their 5th straight home loss dating back to 2020, the Ravens are trying to bounce back in that bounce back mode against their divisional rivals from Cincinnati.
Well, last season, the Bengals embarrassed the Ravens, putting 41 points on the board, winning both matchups between the two teams.
And while the Ravens haven't forgotten about these losses, they're not looking to bring up the past here, but instead looking forward to Week 5 here. You can catch the game this Sunday on NBC. Kickoff is scheduled for 8:20 p.m.
All right, go Ravens. Football season, obviously, in full swing, and with that usually means a lot of snacking on unhealthy foods.
Moderation.
Yes,
Just moderation.
It's all about moderation.
During the game, not commercials. That's my rule. But Kirsten Kirkpatrick, a registered dietitian from Cleveland Clinic, says there are ways to keep game days a little more healthy than what I recommended. She recommends the professional only eating when you're hungry and avoiding the mindless snacking. That's hard when you're nervous watching a game.
Right.
She also says consuming lots of alcohol can impact your thought process when it comes to choosing foods.
Kirkpatrick also suggests baking wings or using an air fryer to make the recipe healthier. You may also want to keep the food in the kitchen or the dining room once people have eaten to avoid the temptations when they're just right there within reach.
Yeah, when that chip's right
Smart.
there,
Oh,
that
my
makes
goodness,
sense.
yeah.
Well, get active, get moving for heart health research and fundraising this weekend. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Timonium with a preview of the Great Maryland Heart Walk.
Fox 45 News is pressing city council members on the Squeegee kid issue. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, here are their answers that are anything but reassuring. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Welcome to the weekend. Welcome to October 7th. I'm Megan Gilland. Let's see how this weekend is shaping up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been taking a look at the forecast here, and Off to a good start.
Yeah, not too bad right now, Megan. A lot of sunshine out there. We're going to see very similar conditions to what we saw yesterday. Maybe a little bit more on the way of wind for the afternoon as breezy conditions will be picking up. We're looking out right now at our Towson shot. Everything looks real nice there with plenty of sunshine. And numbers on the right side of your screen, mainly in the 40s and 50s. We're at 49 right there in Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. 48 Ellersburg, but 53 your temp in Owens Mills as you get up and at them this morning. And mid-50s for Brooklyn Park over to Dundalk. So you're out and about, Cass. Next couple of hours, we'll be in the 60s on our way to the 70s through the middle part of the day. Great day for lunch outdoors and topping out right about 79 today. That's well above average for this time of year and very similar to the numbers we saw yesterday. Could be flirting with that 80-degree number. However, some changes coming for tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that coming up. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, Len Stoller Traffic Network here, and we've got some backups. That's from the crash that is still blocking the right lane of 695. A couple of other slowdowns along 795, but still seeing a lot of green out there this morning. We want to begin in a city in crisis here. Fox 45 News is demanding answers from city leaders about what they're doing to keep drivers and squeegee kids safe. It comes after a story Fox 45 News first brought you Wednesday. A man accused of shooting 2 squeegee kids. Charging documents say he shot them because squeegee kids stole thousands of dollars from his mom using a Cash App. Well, at a city council meeting, Fox 45 News pressed the city council on their plans to remove the squeegee kids from street corners. And their answers are far from reassuring. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning with questions that were flipped on to us. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. At yesterday's public safety hearing, the chair of the committee demanded answers from us rather than answering our questions. And as you mentioned, Fox 45 News recently received documents laying out how a Baltimore man shot 2 squeegee kids after they allegedly stole thousands of dollars from his mother. So one of the questions that we brought to city council members is, quote, for the safety of motorists and squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately given that most recent incident? Now take a listen to how Councilman Conway responded when our own Keith Daniels asked him that question.
How would we clear the corners?
You tell me.
I mean, you asked the question. I want to make sure I understand what that means. How do you clear the corners?
Removing the squeegee kids from the corner?
How do we do that?
I don't know, Councilman. How do you do that?
Well, I think
that's not for me to decide.
Well,
that's for you guys to decide.
Well, you asked the question, and it seems like a good idea if only, except you can't just remove people from corners.
Fox 45 News has received many reports of other violent encounters with squeegee kids. Supporters say they're trying to make an honest dollar, while critics say their unwanted service is leading to conflicts. But we continue to press council members on the question.
How long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about the problem, though?
Well, it's not like we're not doing anything. Again, we're trying to get the right solutions in place. It's not like nothing's happening. So things are moving forward.
How do you remove these kids from the corners? You can't just arrest them. And I think we had a long hearing, 4 hours long before, that's not really an option.
Based on those responses you just heard, it seems that there's no solution in sight, but we will continue to press city leaders for answers on these questions. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. And Fox 45 News also sent several questions to the mayor asking, are you failing to see there is a problem on these corners, both for motorists and these kids? We also asked, why are you letting kids cause havoc in the city? If you can't get a handle on squeegee kids, how can you get a handle on the crime facing the city? And then the last question we asked is, what is your reaction to the man who allegedly shot 2 squeegee kids after his mother was robbed in an apparent app scam? The mayor has responded to all 4 of our questions. You can find his responses on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Mayor Scott to get squeegee kids under control? Taking a look at the responses right now, you can see 99% of those who have voted already say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Laws are in place to keep squeegee kids off the streets, but Mayor Scott will not enforce them. One law states a person cannot stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. And then there's another statute that targets aggressive soliciting, like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressing those laws on WBAL radio, saying there just is not an easy answer.
There are a lot of nuances to that.
So there is no just yes or no. And while there are laws on the books, don't forget the way to enforce it has caused the police department problems. And that's what we are working on now with the collaborative, trying to figure out the appropriate constitutional way to enforce it.
The commissioner is referring to the fact that panhandling is protected speech under the First Amendment. However, legal experts that we've talked to say that Squeegee kids' actions often go beyond what the law protects.
The Supreme Court has never said that you can't stop somebody from interfering with a driver of a vehicle while that person is in a lane of traffic. That's crazy. That's not speech. That's conduct.
Well, BPD is using hundreds of hours of overtime to have officers sit at known Squeegee corners. Police say there's no end date for the patrols, even though the commissioner has called the practice unsustainable.
It is not sustainable because our manpower doesn't allow us to do that, because there's so many other serious things that we have to respond to and that we have to be in places to prevent. And so we can't sustain this indefinitely.
Meanwhile, the Baltimore City Police Department is struggling to fill hundreds of open positions, even with a $5,000 signing bonus and starting salary of $60,000. This, as the crime crisis grows in the city, the numbers are becoming alarming. In a statement, the president of the police union writes, quote, "The retention efforts are non-existent and the recruitment efforts are a sham. Baltimore, you need to demand that this undercover defund the police movement by the police commissioner and mayor end now for all of our safety." Well, according to the police union, officers are leaving not only because of low pay, but poor working conditions and hostile work environment. People in the D.C. area are stepping up to help the hurricane victims. Just ahead, the ways that you can get involved.
Temperatures in the 40s and 50s right now. We're warming back up this afternoon, but a cooler Saturday is afoot. We'll be talking about it coming up.
It is 8:10. People from our area are stepping up to help the hurricane victims. Dozens of volunteers are on the ground in Florida working with the Red Cross, helping Floridians with the aftermath of the storm. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair DC station spoke with one of the volunteers in Gaithersburg.
The American Red Cross has close to 1,600 volunteers now on the ground there in Florida, 40 deployed from the Baltimore, D.C. area. I had a chance to talk to one of them, and it is a large operation. He has been in close communication with folks here at home, and I spoke to him through Zoom. This volunteer has done this in the past. He's right there in Ground Zero in the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. He says right now the need for help is tremendous. His bandwidth was low during the interview, but despite all the connection issues and debris still littered all around him, he was able to describe the situation there right now.
I'm in Fort Myers, Cape Coral area, which was pretty much ground zero. A lot of power lines down. You see a lot of roofs with the roofs missing, a lot of power out, traffic lights are out. It's amazing the little things you take for granted when they're gone, how much you need them.
Now, these volunteers have been connected with companies like Walmart and Verizon, handing out thousands of bottles of water and providing mobile 5G access. And there are, of course, ways we can help here at home. You can go to redcross.org. There are several ways you can donate blood. You can volunteer like Gary O'Connell, and financial donations are also being accepted. In Gaithersburg, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Listen to that, an explosive night at one high school. The decades-old tradition that is now, coming to an end. And a pet sitter is no match for rambunctious puppies. Just ahead, how he fell for these 4 adorable Rottweilers. It's 8:12.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:14 and developing now. A new investigation by OpenTheBooks.com finds the Baltimore City Department of Public Works spent more than $216,000 on Amazon between January of 2021 and September of 2022, 1/3 of which was on printer ink, another $1,800 junk food, and more than $1,000 on toys. This is for a business tasked with keeping drinking water clean and managing solid waste. This morning, Adam Andrzejewski is joining us live to weigh in on his findings. Adam, thanks for joining us. What made you look into DPW?
So at DPW, we found that they spent $216,000 on Amazon purchases using credit cards, and there was no transparency after that line in the city checkbook. So we dug deeper. We filed a Maryland Public Information Records request, and what we found was thousands of dollars on, for instance, candy. So Megan, if you break that down, the $1,800 on candy purchased Starbucks, Skittles, Snickers, M&Ms, Oreos, Swedish Fish, gum cookies, potato chips, candy canes, hot chocolate, and Gatorade. And so look, this is an agency that's supposed to be fixing the sewers, providing clean drinking water, and other environmental initiatives. And, you know, where in the law do they get the power to purchase candy?
It's a huge question. $216,000 is a big question, too. When we look at expenditures, is that normal for a business that size? Obviously, you mentioned some candy, and I know there were toys on that list that seem, you know, that shouldn't be on the list no matter what the price tag is. But is $216,000 reasonable for a business that size?
Sure. I mean, at Amazon, you can get some good deals, but there must be transparency on every line of those purchases. And sure enough, the city did provide us a database where every line has to have signature sign off from a city employee, a procurement specialist. So all of this was signed off, which begs the question right to the director. Were those people getting pressure to purchase candy and toys? The director, Jason Mitchell, he's been in that position since 2021, and he makes a tremendous amount of money. He makes $245,000 a year. He's one of the top paid city employees. And so I think he needs to get engaged on this. In terms of the toys, they bought giant Jenga sets. They bought giant Uno sets. They bought lawn games with cornhole games and even ring toss games.
And Adam, again, we're talking about taxpayer dollars here that's buying that.
Yeah, and there's 73 city subdivisions. And so, you know, if every single one of these city subdivisions decided to purchase candy and toys and you know, I mean, you're into hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of taxpayer abuse and misspending within city agencies in Baltimore. And we know, Megan, from the investigation of the credit card purchases of the state's attorney, Marilyn Mosby, that wasn't pretty. They were buying Bluetooth Beanie Babies for Christmas stocking stuffers and triple extra large deluxe red Santa suits.
And I know this is just the start. After your investigation, we'll be asking some questions as to why those purchases were made. Maybe there's a reason, maybe a good one, maybe not, but we'll be looking into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
8:18 now. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast where the sun is being held accountable today.
Absolutely, Megan. Yeah, I mean, we had a gorgeous afternoon yesterday. Temperatures that rose to the upper 70s, close to 80 degrees. And we're going to have a very similar setup for this afternoon. A little bit more wind later today. And we are going to see those clouds start to roll in as that cold front approaches and drops our temperatures tomorrow. 57, your number in Towson right now. A little southwest wind, about 5 to 10 miles an hour. But again, that wind will pick up from the west and from the northwest by this afternoon. Probably, maybe by the afternoon, maybe a one club win for you golfers if you are going to be out there on the golf course. Right about 60 next hour, but looking great for a round later today. Even just hitting some balls at the range should be good to go. Now, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, 3 greens across the board in terms of your car wash cast. Green lights for you. Clean them up. No issues out there with that rain because the rain is staying away basically until the end of next week. This will look at your high temps. Average high 72. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Bel Air and Elkton later this afternoon. 79 in Baltimore City. 75 in Annapolis and mid 70s in Columbia. You can see where that colder air is. Look at the upper Midwest. Highs today only in the lower 50s for Minneapolis and Chicago and Detroit with upper 70s in Nashville, 85 in New Orleans, and almost 90 in Dallas. So somebody has not told Dallas that it is fall, but clearly it's still very warm in that part of the country. So here comes that cold front. We're tapping into some of that colder air in the upper Midwest. The cold front will roll in later this afternoon. It's a dry cold front, so we're not talking really about rain, just a little bit more in the way of cloud cover. Breezy conditions for us tomorrow morning and into tomorrow afternoon. We'll see those temperatures that will be a little on the cooler side. Now, Sunday looks pretty good. And again, we do stay dry all the way toward the end of next week, so not tracking any rain. But you can see in your temperature tracker here, above average numbers today, dropping below average into Saturday, and then slowly starting to warm up as we head toward the end of the weekend and early next week. Here's a look at your holiday countdown. Just 24 days until Halloween with 35 days until Veterans Day. Now we're 48 days out until Thanksgiving, just 7 weeks from yesterday. 73 for you, first night of Hanukkah, and then 79 days until Debbie the Dancing Christmas Tree will be doing her thing. Don't put the Christmas trees up yet. Not quite yet. We got to get the pumpkins down first. Upper 70s today, as I mentioned, lower 60s tomorrow. So that's a pretty big drop off. You'll notice that tomorrow morning. Saturday and Sunday morning, you're going to wake up in the 40s, and some areas in the mountain locations could even see some frost and freeze possibilities. But as we take you into the rest of next week, those numbers do come back up. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Take a look at this. A dog sitter went viral for face planting while trying to corral a bunch of pups. It's a tough job. James Phillipson was dog sitting for his sister-in-law, who owns 4 adorable Rottweiler pups. See, he tried to let them out. They came running out, so he runs back to try and get their attention. And then he thought, this is my chance. And he's down. But look, the dogs didn't try to escape. They just wanted to be with him. And they gave him lots of love afterwards. I mean, that hurt, though. You know that hurt when he fell, but look at the love he gets afterwards. Well, from dogs to sheep, look at this. A sheep causing a bad traffic jam just ahead. The large herd that blocked a car from passing through. Did I hear some boos?
Greater Maryland Heart Walk is going down this weekend, but coming up, we're going to show you how to save a life. Yes, that's coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. Get moving, save lives, and get heart healthy at the Greater Maryland Heart Walk. Fox 45 News is a media sponsor of this great event. It's happening this weekend, tomorrow morning to be exact. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Timonium with a preview. Mark, what a beautiful day out there for you.
It's a beautiful day, and you know it's all about the heart. Bert Hass Jr. has trained thousands of people on how to save lives. You know, we're going to probably get into this if we have time, but Bert, talk to us about that. You know, that's amazing.
Okay, well, we have the Stella Jean Hash Initiative, which is a partnership with the American Heart Association. As a Baltimore Fire Commissioner, I know that 80% of our calls are medical emergencies. And to many of the neighborhoods where you have heart problems, and there are people there that are not trained, so we look forward to trying to train them. Over the last 4 years, we've trained over 14,000 people.
Wow.
And working with the Baltimore City Fire Department, 7 athletic clubs, as well as 6 middle school and high schools.
I love it.
And we continue to do that.
And things have changed. I remember, Bert, you know, when we saw Annie years ago, it was a full-size Annie. This is a little mini Annie.
Yes, this is hands only, and you can do this with these dummies, and we train the people to be able to intervene if they see someone having a medical emergency. The first thing you should do is call 911 or have someone get an AED, which helps with shocking the rhythm back into the heart. But once you've done that and cleared the area, then you start the chest compressions.
Well, we don't have a lot of time. Can you show us how to properly do a chest compression?
Yes. You do 100 to 150 a minute. And you press down here in the sternum, and you continue to work at that. And you can say, staying alive, staying alive, staying alive,
staying alive, staying alive. This is what you do. Now, that's interesting you picked that song. Now, did you pick the song?
No, everyone has told us about the song. That's an easy one to remember.
Well, guys, that's just a little bit on how you can save a life. This weekend is going down, an amazing event this weekend, and we're part of it.
That is awesome. Mark, thank you so much. We've had a great time checking in this morning. And we're going to put information on our website as well, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, we are warming up this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know just how long it sticks around.
Violence strikes again at Perry Hall High School. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear how Baltimore County leaders are responding. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, good morning on this Friday, October 7th. I'm Tom Rogers. Patrice Sanders she has Fridays off, so actually she's not here today. Yesterday she was off. That's what I meant to say. Now, we want to go over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and take a look at the forecast, and we're talking about a weekend forecast, which is going to be balmy. Well, Friday should be balmy.
Today, yeah, that's the whole thing, Tom.
Saturday, crisp.
It's great. I mean, we have a little sunshine. We're not talking about rain, and you can see M&T Bank Stadium. It will be chilly on Sunday night for that game as the Bengals will be in town. Cool and clear morning and a warm afternoon ahead. So, yeah, balmy today, but much cooler for tomorrow. You can see in your yard and gardening cast if you need to get out there and cut the grass today. Upper 70s is what we're talking about after about 1, 2 o'clock. Some of us really close to that 80-degree mark. But look at these numbers dropping significantly. Only 63 tomorrow for the afternoon. We're going to wake up in the 40s, and Sunday will be even colder in the morning time with highs by Sunday afternoon in the mid-60s. Coming back in a few minutes, we'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast and when our next chance for rain rolls into the area. Let's see how it's rolling on the roads. Tom, what are you looking at?
Looking at a multi-vehicle accident right here, 695 at 146 there. So the Lens Solar Traffic network here is showing there's this is actually not that bad, the crash blocking the right lane though. But if you take a look from our smart board, if we can pull that up real quick, you can see a car still in the middle. So look at that right there, right on that curve. There's still a car sitting in the right lane, in between those two right lanes, somebody else on the right median, and then it looks like 3 or 4 cars in the center lanes there in the median. So multiple vehicle accidents here. Police still have not arrived, and that is right in the Parkville area, the outer loop. Everybody else, just a little bit of slowdowns from the volume. Fox 45 News is investigating the crisis in Baltimore County classrooms after Perry Hall High School sees a second big fight in just 8 days. This incident put the school on a brief lockdown. Last Wednesday, authorities arrested a juvenile because of a fight at the school. You see in the video right here, you actually see a girl carrying a baseball bat. She says it was to protect herself from bullies. Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from Perry Hall High School with the violence. And Olivia, is it just Perry Hall, or are there other schools also seeing this increase in violence?
No, Tom, it's not. And here at Perry Hall High, students are back in school right now. But yesterday, the school was placed on lockdown after an assault behind the school where one person was taken to the hospital. But this isn't the only violent incident the school has seen recently. And now a growing number of politicians and parents are demanding action. Pat McDonough, the Republican challenger for Baltimore County executive, is blaming his opponent.
They are promoting a policy of discipline that really is no discipline.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
This most recent incident comes less than a week after parents and community leaders held a protest outside of the school because of other recent violence. One community member alleges his niece was attacked by her bullies just a week ago at Perry Hall. And after the incident yesterday, the principal of the school sent a letter notifying parents of the assault, saying they went into lockdown out of an abundance of caution and that the incident occurred in the community. Tom, back to you.
All right, Olivia, we heard Pat McDonough, though, putting the blame on Kern County Executive Johnny Olszewski. Has Olszewski responded, though, to this recent violence?
Yeah, Tom, he has. Fox 45 News did receive a statement from the Kern County Executive's office saying, quote, he's working to keep schools safe through the expansion of the School Resource Officer program, hiring more teachers, social workers, and counselors. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Parents and families participating in school safety town hall last week. They invited Superintendent Darrell Williams. He did not attend, though. He was under the microscope at the end of the previous school year. In June, the county council called for Williams to be removed as BCPS leader, in part citing the school safety. Ultimately, the school board has that say. He is still in charge, and it appears the county council and superintendent are moving forward. 8:34 and turning now to a city in crisis. A mother is sharing her grief with Fox 45 News after the murder of her 15-year-old son. Police say a former Baltimore City police officer killed his stepson in Anne Arundel County in 2021. Deshaun Jones' body was found inside a crawl space of Eric Banks' home in Anne Arundel County. Authorities arrested Banks for the murder this week. The former officer entered an Alford plea, meaning he did not admit guilt, but acknowledged the jury will likely find him guilty. And Joan's mother, Latrice Banks, says her estranged husband took the easy way out.
Because to me, it doesn't say I did it, but it says there's enough evidence to say I did it. So, let's just say you did it then. Instead, so I still have those feelings that no, I'm not happy with it.
Well, Banks is scheduled for sentencing on December 9th and faces up to 50 years in prison. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a new law targeting dirt bike riding and stunt driving. Mayor Brandon Scott signed into law Monday. That will go into effect, though, in less than 30 days. But its passage didn't seem to be deterring people from riding their dirt bikes. In fact, take a look at this dash cam video from Greenmont Avenue. This was taken just last night. A Fox 45 News photojournalist capturing the video. He says there are approximately 20 or 30 bikes out on the street. And Fox 45 News has been pressing our city leaders on how they plan to enforce this new law. Councilman Yitchi Slifer told us that he hopes it serves more as a deterrent. You can find more on what some of the other city leaders are saying on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Meanwhile, a group of people experiencing homelessness are protesting after Baltimore City ordered them to leave the area where they have been setting up tents and boxes under the JFX. The city says that the group needs to move because the area is reserved for a licensed event. That's the Baltimore Farmers Market. It's actually in a parking lot. The group says the city hasn't given them alternative housing options. Now, the order from the city after that farmers market vendors expressed some frustration over this encampment in the area usually reserved for the vendor stalls, and they were expressing themselves last weekend. One vendor says the group refused to let him near the electric outlets and, in fact, started threatening him, insisting that they were the ones that will plug the cords in themselves.
One gentleman came, he ripped out all the cords, doing business, not provoked, nothing going on. We're just going around doing our business. Another guy came into this space and threatened me.
Well, you can find more on that protest and the trouble at the farmers market last weekend right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. 8:36 and new right now, the new September jobs report just came out, and Taylor Stewart is in our live center with the latest. Taylor.
Yeah, Tom, literally like the last 5 minutes here, we just learned this information. The U.S. labor market seems to be looking good, hiring solidly through September. Now, analysts were predicting a slowdown, but they were able to add about 263,000 jobs in September, and unemployment came down to 3.5 from 3.7. So it's still solid considering the historic inflation and increasingly high interest rates. Now, layoffs remained low throughout the summer, but people who take a break from their jobs or left, referred to as the Great Resignation, those folks are beginning to get off the bench and start entering the job force because the cost of rising inflation. That is the latest here with these jobs reports. We'll keep you updated as we learn more about these figures. Back to you, Tom.
All right, thank you, Taylor. A loud boom is what many high school students heard and saw at their homecoming. You see that? Look at the remnants. Just ahead, what caused the 50-year tradition to end in an explosion? My goodness. Sunshine here to stay. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking ahead. All the important weekend forecast for us. 8:38 is your time. 8:40 and making your headlines this Friday morning. At least 24 preschoolers, 11 adults are dead after an attack at a daycare in Thailand. The gunman, a 34-year-old former police officer, was fired from the force just this year because of a drug offense.
I feel deep sadness towards the victims and relatives. Nobody thought this would happen.
Yeah, they say he actually started firing on sleeping children, 4- and 3-year-olds, and the teacher in a classroom. At least 12 more people were hurt as the gunman then ran from the school, shooting while he was also driving through crowds of bystanders. Investigators say the man ended up going home and then killed his wife and child before taking his own life. Well, we're learning new details about a deadly stabbing in Las Vegas Strip. In fact, police say 2 victims have now died, and there are at least 6 other survivors, though. They were taken to area hospitals, but their conditions were not disclosed. A witness told our Sinclair sister station, though, that she saw a showgirl on the ground in a pool of blood. The suspect is in custody. The motivation for this attack, though, is unknown at this time. Download the Fox 45 News app for your up-to-minute traffic conditions, school closings, breaking news, and weather anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. We're down to the final 4 for the iconic Fat Bear Week. Yeah, some big boys in there. Just ahead, we're naming the finalists still in the running. And the legend of fearless comedy is here in Baltimore. In fact, he's here on our couch set right now. D.C. Curry will be joining us live. There he is. Look at that. Yeah, look at those pearly whites, too. Is that, I thought at first, you were wearing a Ravens hat. I was like, man, he's pulling it off, but that's Puma, right? All right, we'll have a chat with him about the Ravens coming up here in just a little bit. 8:42 is your time. .845, the legend of fearless comedy in Baltimore this weekend, and has a lot on his mind.
Yeah, he always does. He always does. Grab your tickets, prepare for the king himself, D.C. Curry, joining us now. Good morning, man.
Good morning, but please don't call me legends. That means you're on your way out of here.
You're just getting started, huh?
Yeah, I'm just getting started.
Now,
man.
tell us about your show,
Years.
Baltimore Comedy Factory, right?
Yeah.
A couple of nights tonight, tomorrow.
2 shows tonight and 2 shows tomorrow. I've been coming here for years, man, and you know, I actually like Baltimore, man.
What do you? We like Baltimore a lot too. I mean, you don't have to be ashamed of that. You can say it out loud. You're allowed. I actually like Baltimore.
Just, you know, I do. I like Baltimore. The weather is remarkably similar to how it was. I left Georgia. Yesterday, yeah.
I like the way he says it too. You can tell you're from Georgia. You don't have a Southern accent though normally, right?
Well, I grew up in Chicago, but you want to hear a funny story? I called information the other day, and the operator says, "You sound like D.C. Curry." Starts laughing. And I said, that's who I am. So I guess I do have some kind of accent. I don't know what it is, though, you know.
By the way, who calls information anymore?
Hey, man, listen. I wrote a lady a check the other day at a store, and it was the biggest deal.
Yeah, everyone's like, whoa.
The kid had to go get the manager.
That's when other parents are like, look, everyone, that's a checkbook. Here, kids, come over here. Look at what he's doing. That's a check. I wrote a check the other day. They're giving me a hard time around here, too.
Yeah, man. And the manager said, you want a paper receipt or should I email it to you? I said, email it to me. And I gave her my email address, and it was AOL, and she thought that was hilarious. I was like, hey, lady.
That's great.
You
Well, look.
Wait for the dial-up to get in, right?
But, Tom, he's talking old school, but you're doing some new school podcast, right?
I am doing podcast.
That's something like real.
It's
and new.
Real, and
is there a lot of money in that?
Be on, no, not for me. Not for me. It's kind of like my farm. I'm losing money, man.
All right, so farming, podcast. When do you have time to be hanging out up here in Baltimore, like traveling around?
I still do 250 or so shows.
Do you really?
Whoa,
a year, yeah.
That's a lot of shows.
Yeah, I mean, is that like, what was the prime then? I mean, because you're just getting started now, so when are you trying to get?
I'm just getting started after 38 years. Yeah.
What's the most that you ever did on a year?
300 and a little over 300.
More than, well, just about a show a day.
Yeah, but some days I do two shows now.
I know, but I mean, average, right?
Back when I was younger, there were nights where I did 4 shows, 8, 10, 12.
4 shows.
And 2 for all of the...
It's a lot of shows.
2 for the illegal people, you know.
And there you have it right there.
Right there.
DC Curry.
You want to see him?
Baltimore Comedy Factory all weekend.
That's right, Friday and Saturday night. Thanks for being here, man. I appreciate
it. Thanks for having me.
Good
Great weather to come out and see you, too.
It is.
Yeah, always great to have you here.
Yeah,
Even good weather for his farm, too.
Great weather for a farmer, yeah.
Harvest season, right?
Why didn't you bring us any eggs, man? I thought you were going to bring us
eggs.
All right, anything. Goats, sheep. Tom's talking about hogs and everything. But you should see what happens off air before we go on TV. Yeah, you probably shouldn't. So thanks again for being here. We are taking a look outside right now, M&T Bank Stadium. A great day for doing anything outside. Great night for comedy there tonight or tomorrow night. And Sunday night, we've got the Ravens, and they are back in town trying to snap that 5-game stretch where they haven't won at home. That dates back to last year. A lot of the players are like, look, that's last year. And a lot of players, too, are saying, that's last week. We don't care. We're focused on the Bengals. That's what it's all about. 53-year attempt at kickoff. Again, 8:20 Sunday night. Should be a great day for tailgating and hanging out before the game. But just know it's going to be a little chilly. Great fall football weather. Love it. 57 this hour as you're hanging out at the Bromo Seltzer Tower. We're looking at numbers in the mid-70s by noon. Great day for lunch outdoors, and mid to upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you got green lights for you. No issues. Clean them up for sure the next couple of days. And you can see on our high temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties, mid-70s for Westminster and Eldersburg, low to mid-70s the Hereford zone up into Cockeysville and Hunt Valley, 76 Perry Hall and White Marsh, and close to 80 for some of us here around Baltimore. Even mid to upper 70s for Philly and Baltimore. Down through D.C., 73 in New York City. How about mid-70s down the ocean? Great day at the beach today, even though we're already in fall. But look at the cooler temperatures. Cleveland, Pittsburgh in the 50s, and they got playoff baseball. They'll be playing in Cleveland tonight with the Rays there, so it will be chilly for sure. We're getting in on some of that cooler air by tomorrow, but great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules, but it will be a bit breezy. Here comes the cold front. This is what's going to change up our weather pattern just a bit. Now, we're not talking about adding rain into the forecast, at least for the weekend, but definitely those cooler temperatures tomorrow morning and into tomorrow afternoon as well. Sunday, though, we'll start to warm back up, and notice we do stay dry, so really not tracking anything in the way of rain basically till the end of next week. 5 weeks from today, Veterans Day. We're 48 days out until Thanksgiving and now 79 days until Christmas Day. 7-day forecast looks like this. Numbers here in the upper 70s today. As I mentioned, we'll wake up in the 40s tomorrow morning, lower 60s on Saturday, then mid-60s on Sunday. Sunday afternoon. And notice those temperatures do start to come back up a bit as we head toward the middle of next week. And again, the next rain chance is basically next Thursday. I love this shot. Matthew sent this picture in as we take a look at a view through your window. That's Titan. And Titan the dog, he's eyeing that plate of food, that burger there. So thank you for posting that picture, and we'd love to see the view through your window, whether it's a dog looking for food or beautiful sunrises or sunsets. FoxBaltimore.com/chime in or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen. Tom, how's the traffic looking out there?
Pretty good. There was that one incident we were talking about, and that's where you see it right there, 95 to 83, 33 minutes, because it looked like anywhere between 4 or 5 vehicles were involved. There was first responders weren't even there yet, so that could take a little bit of time. Everybody else, you're in the yellow. Well, caught on camera, a high school tradition gone horribly wrong. Take a look at this video.
Yeah, I'm going to back up a little bit. Oh.
Yeah, that was supposed to be the annual homecoming bonfire, but it exploded Wednesday in Lynn Haven, Florida. Look at that. Throwing debris, raining down everywhere. In the video, you can see a deputy with a Bay County Sheriff's Office lighting the fire. Then that loud boom and explosion. Guess what? No one was hurt, thankfully. That's incredible. Fire department was on site. Students were at a safe distance behind that fence, but the bonfire has been a tradition at Crawford Mosley High School for the last 50 years. Bay County Sheriff's Office doesn't know what caused the explosion, but it is taking responsibility for it. So it wasn't teens doing it, it was professionals doing it, and they blew it up. Also, take a look at this. Sheep in Utah's Manti Sal National Forest. I guess that's what you call it. It's just a bad traffic jam. Oh my goodness. The National Forest using the caught on camera moment to remind their visitors to take their time driving through the forest because livestock and working dogs are on the move throughout that mountain range through the whole year here. Yeah, don't make a bad decision. The herd stretches as far as the eye can see straight down the center of the valley there.
And we're getting ready for the Greater Maryland Heart Walk. As you can see, they're putting things together. It's all about the walk. Now, coming up, we're going to get into blood pressure, the importance of monitoring your blood pressure and knowing what your blood pressure is. Do you know your numbers? That's coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Purple Friday, Ravens getting ready for their big Sunday night game against the Bengals. We're looking back at the other matchups between Baltimore and Cincinnati. Oh, and speaking of football, come on, we got to get ready and get pumped for the weekend, right? You got to start it all off with the coffee break. 8:56, and in your morning business report, if you want to earn some elite Delta Airlines status, it will cost you a little more. Delta is making changes to how its SkyMiles loyalty program members qualify for the 3 highest elite status: Diamond, Platinum, and Gold. Flyers can earn status by reaching certain thresholds of medallion qualification dollars, which Delta is now raising. They are earned based on annual spending on Delta and partnering airline flights. Delta says the threshold for Gold will be raised to $8,000. Platinum and Diamond status will be raised to $12,000 and $20,000 respectively. It's the first Delta increase for multiple tiers since 2015. Changes expected to take effect starting next year. Well, thrift shoppers will go for Goodwill for their treasure hunts can now do so from the comfort of their home. Yeah, the nonprofit organization launching a new online version called Goodwill Finds. Now, the organization says the online shop offers customers hundreds of thousands of unique secondhand items, and they include clothing, books, home decor, collectibles, and specialty items. Goodwill says proceeds made from the online sales will be given to the regional organizations where the items ended up coming from. Some competitive advantages held by employers could be shifting to employees, all thanks to law changes by states. More states are passing legislation requiring companies to share salaries on their job advertisement and on their websites. Many of the laws intending to cut down on pay gaps, they say, are claiming for women and minorities. Well, starting next year, California requiring pay range disclosure for companies with more than 15 employees. New York will require a salary range reveal November 1st. Other states such as Maryland, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Nevada, and Washington have also passed salary transparency laws.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We are following 3 big stories for you this morning. The never-ending debate on how to handle squeegee kids. How city leaders reacted when Fox 45 News pressed them for answers.
As the crime crisis continues in Baltimore City, the police department struggles to fill vacant positions. We're taking a look at the number of openings and comparing them with previous years.
Plus, a violent crisis in the classroom, the alarming trend happening in Baltimore County schools that isn't slowing down.
Well, good morning. It's 8:58 on this Friday, October 7th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's got a look at our weekend forecast.
Yep, I do have a look at the forecast, and we are seeing our Towson camera right now. Overall, we've got a lot of sunshine that is out there at this time, and we will see numbers that eventually will start to warm up, especially as we head into the afternoon. We're looking at 56 right now, Cockeysville, up to 62 now in Baltimore City, 57 in Brooklyn Park, and 53 in Glen Burnie. So out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Numbers staying in the 60s. We will warm up today. High of 79, lower 60s tomorrow, then back to the mid-60s on Sunday.
To your Lens Solar Traffic Network, and we do have some backups, so we're following a crash along the outer loop. You see it in the red right there, and the camera's moving a little bit, zooming in. Let's see if it looks like they got the cars off. It was anywhere from 4 to 5 vehicles. One was just sitting in the middle of the outer loops there, blocking a couple lanes. But you can see looks like it's moved into the median there. You see that right around the curve, and hopefully that will start relieving the all the backup that was there around the Parkville area.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is demanding answers from city leaders about what they're doing to keep drivers and squeegee kids safe.
This comes after a story Fox 45 News first brought you Wednesday, where a man is accused of shooting at 3 squeegee kids, hitting 2 of them. Charging documents say he shot them because he says the squeegee kid stole thousands of dollars from his mother using a Cash App.
At a city council meeting, Fox 45 News pressed the city council on their plans to remove the squeegee kids from street corners, and their answers are far from reassuring.
Yeah, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning with the questions that were at one point, Olivia, flipped back onto our reporter.
Yeah, Tom, that's right. At yesterday's public safety hearing, the chair of the committee demanded answers from us instead of answering our questions. And as you mentioned, Fox 45 News recently received documents laying out how a Baltimore man shot 2 squeegee kids after they allegedly stole thousands of dollars from his mother. Now, one of the questions that we brought to city council members is, quote, for the safety of motorists and squeegee kids, should the corners be cleared immediately given that most latest incident? And take a listen to how Councilman Conway responded when our own Keith Daniels asked him that question.
How would we clear the corners?
You tell me.
I mean, you asked the question. I want to make sure I understand what that means. How do you clear the corners?
Removing the squeegee kids from the corner.
How do we do that?
I don't know, Councilman. How do you do that?
Well, I think
that's not for me to decide.
Well,
that's for you guys to decide.
Well, you asked the question, and it seems like a good idea if only except you can't just remove people from corners.
Now, Fox 45 News has received many reports of other violent encounters with squeegee kids. Supporters say they're trying to make an honest dollar, while critics say their unwanted service is leading to conflicts. But we continue to press council members on the question.
How long will people in Baltimore have to wait before something is done about the problem, though?
Well, it's not like we're not doing anything. Again, we're trying to get the right solutions in place. It's not like nothing's happening. So things are moving forward.
How do you remove these kids from the corners? You can't just arrest them. And I think we had a long hearing, 4 hours long before, that's not really an option.
And as you just heard from their responses, it really doesn't seem like there's any solution in sight, but we will continue to press city leaders for answers on this issue. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thank you, Olivia. Now, Fox 45 News also sent several questions to Mayor Scott.
The first asked, take a look. Are you failing to see there is a problem on these corners, both for motorists and these kids? Our second question, take a look. This one says, why are you letting kids cause havoc in the city?
Now, our third question asks, if you can't get the handle on the squeegee kids, how can you get a handle on the crime facing our city? And then finally, what is your reaction to the man who allegedly shot the two squeegee kids after his mother was robbed in an apparent app scam? Well, the mayor responded to all four of our questions, and you can find those responses on our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Do you trust Mayor Scott to get the squeegee situation under control? So far, 98% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in. Laws are in place to keep squeegee kids off the streets, but Mayor Brandon Scott will not be enforcing them. One law states a person can't stand in a roadway to solicit a ride, employment, or business from a driver. Another statute targets aggressive soliciting, like intentionally blocking a driver or using obscene language and intimidation. Police Commissioner Michael Harrison addressed those laws on WBAL radio, saying there is not an easy answer.
There are a lot of nuances to that. So there is no just yes or no. And while there are laws on the books, don't forget, the way to enforce it has caused the police department problems. And that's what we are working on now with the collaborative, trying to figure out the appropriate constitutional way to enforce it.
Well, the commissioner is referring to the fact that panhandling is protected speech under the First Amendment. However, legal experts that we spoke with say squeegee kid actions often go beyond what the law protects.
The Supreme Court has never said that you can't stop somebody from interfering with a driver of a vehicle while that person is in a lane of traffic. That's crazy. That's not speech. That's conduct.
BPD is using hundreds of hours of overtime to have officers sit at known squeegee corners. Police say there's no end date for the patrols, even though the commissioner has called the practice unsustainable.
It is not sustainable because our manpower doesn't allow us to do that, because there's so many other serious things that we have to respond to and that we have to be in places to prevent. And so we can't sustain this indefinitely.
Meanwhile, the Baltimore City Police Department struggling to fill the hundreds of open positions. And as crime crisis grows in the city, the numbers are becoming alarming. In fact, new data released by the FBI shows the number of sworn police officers in Baltimore. You see the decline right here. Yeah, year after year for the past decade. Taking a look right here at the data in 2013, you see the first one, there's 2858 here. Well, by every year since, though, it's dropped to now where we are just below 2,200, 2,197 officers fighting the crime. Numbers have dropped almost 700 from a decade ago.
Well, the city has struggled over the years to recruit new officers, even with a $5,000 signing bonus and starting salary of $60,000. In a statement, the president of the police union writes, quote, "The retention efforts are non-existent and the recruitment efforts are a sham. Baltimore, you need to demand that this undercover defund the police movement by the police commissioner and mayor ends now for all of our safety."
If Baltimore has 1,000 officers by the end of the decade, I'll be shocked.
When you are losing more officers to retirement and resignations than you can recruit, they're leaving faster than they join, you are in trouble. And Baltimore has been in trouble for a decade.
According to the police union, officers are leaving not only because of low pay, but poor working conditions and hostile work environment.
9:06 and new right now, the new September jobs report is out.
That's right. Taylor Stewart in our live center with what it shows. Taylor.
Guys, it's a lot better than we expected. The numbers are in and they're looking pretty good. The U.S. labor market grew and unemployment dropped. Take a look at this tweet from the Department of Labor and Statistics. They're showing 263,000 jobs added in September and unemployment down to 3.5%. Let's take a look here over at the unemployment rate. You can see that drastic dip from 2020, and we're still seeing that rate continue to drop. Analysts were predicting a hiring slowdown because of historic rising rates and inflation and historic rising rates. And that's the latest from the Live Center today. Back to you, Mom and Tom.
9:07, it's So Baltimore. Get moving for heart health and raise some funds for cardiovascular research.
Can't beat that. Fox 45 News is a media sponsor of the Greater Maryland Heart Walk. It's happening this weekend. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark has been in Timonium all morning long, giving us a bit of a preview here. A little taste there, Mark.
It's all about the health this weekend. Yvonne Commodore Mensah joins us. We're talking about blood pressure. Do you know your numbers, right, Yvonne?
Right. So high blood pressure, we know, is considered a silent killer. And we call it a silent killer because you may have it and not know it. And so high blood pressure increases your chance of getting a heart attack, a stroke. It can also hurt your kidneys and affect your brain as well. But the good thing is that there are things you can do about it.
All right.
You have to take your medicines.
Medicines
as prescribed.
Check.
Healthy eating, active lifestyle.
Okay.
Right? So every minute counts. Get that activity in. Exercise is medicine. Food is also medicine. But you can also monitor your blood pressure at home. It's important that you know your numbers.
Right.
So a normal blood pressure is less than 120/80. And you can go to heart.org and learn how you can get a validated blood pressure device to check your blood pressure at home. And there are also instructions on how you can measure your blood pressure correctly. So you have to make sure that you don't exercise right before you check your blood pressure or drink caffeinated drinks. And you shouldn't talk while you're having your blood pressure measured. And when you measure your blood pressure, it's important that you also share your readings with your provider.
Wow.
So knowing your numbers is one thing, but you also have to share your readings with your provider.
And Yvonne, what's cool is we have devices now that you can have in your home. I monitor mine every day. I monitor my levels every day. It's so important. And so thank you for that. This weekend is all about health. Our own Beefcake Tom will be out here this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. And so Tom, Megan, we need to find out what is Tom wearing at this event, because he's going to be out here in full,
exercise gear.
I mean, we're going
what do you
for a
think?
walk. We're walking to save heart health. Yeah, it's going to be cold, so we're going to be doing layered up. So that, once the walk starts, because what's it going to be like in the 40s tomorrow morning at 7:30 to 8 o'clock? It starts
It's
right around
gonna be
8
cool.
o'clock. Yeah.
Aw.
But it's going to warm up, Tom. It's going to warm up.
Yeah. By the time I'm headed home, it'll be nice and warm.
We're going to put some information on how you can go join Tom out there this morning. FoxBaltimore.com/newslinks is the place to go.
Ravens getting ready for their big Sunday night game against the Bengals. We're looking back at other matchups between the Ravens and the Bengals, plus ways to make your tailgate snacks a little bit healthier.
And Hunter Biden making headlines again. Why he could face charges. 9:10 now on Good Day Baltimore.
9:13 on this Friday morning, and we need to find out exactly what the weekend's going to feel like.
I know someone who could help us.
Oh, really?
Meteorologist Justin Chambers. You've been looking into this.
You know what I was doing back there?
Eating Reese's?
No. I was cleaning up because other meteorologists around here are very dirty.
Uh-oh.
And their name is Jonathan. So it's okay. Love Jonathan. He's great. Quite dirty, however. So I got the weather center all clean. It's all cleaned up and we're ready to go. You want to talk about dirty laundry, man? I'll air it. I don't care. Hey, let's take a look outside right now. This is a beautiful shot from our M&T Bank Stadium cam. We are seeing a beautiful shot there of the stadium getting set for the game on Sunday night. 8:20 is that kickoff, so it'll be in the lower 50s. Great, cool fall football weather and also staying dry. Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around today with temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Typically lower 70s is where we are this time of year. We're going to top out at 79, so a warm afternoon is on the way with temperatures above average. We will see a little bit more wind later today as well. The sun will be up until 6:40 tonight. Yard and garden cast, great day to get out there and get the grass cut, hopefully a little drier. I know yesterday my lawn was still a little squishy, so didn't do the yard work. At least that's the excuse, I'm going to say, when Jess gets home later. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, though, green lights with the dry days ahead. Now, taking a look at our temperatures, average high this time of year is 72. Most of us will be in the mid to even upper 70s. Westminster, Cockeysville, and the Bel Air, 75 Chestertown, 79 Baltimore, and 75 your temp in Annapolis. And look how much colder it is just to the north and to the west of us. We're talking 50s from North Dakota down into Minneapolis, Chicago, and Detroit. That cooler air is coming our way. So before all that happens, we're going to be warm. This is the cold front that's coming in, so the wind's going to pick up a little bit this afternoon. You'll see a few more clouds rolling in as well. It's going to be chilly tomorrow morning. There's no doubt about that. But by tomorrow afternoon, our numbers will still be in the lower 60s, very fall-like, but just cooler than today. And then Sunday, we warm right back up. So it should be great for tailgating Sunday afternoon, maybe going to the Commanders game down in D.C. They're playing the Titans at 1 o'clock there at FedEx Field. Great football weather for that and great football for our Ravens on Sunday night, as I mentioned, weather-wise. So temperatures are going to be in the 40s both Saturday and Sunday morning. Could see some frosty areas in some of the mountain locations for the weekend mornings, but then warming up nicely into the middle of next week. Back to you.
Jonathan Myers just texted me. He said he wasn't working last night. Thought I'd put that out there. Yep. Oh.
Sunday football is right around the corner. After the break, our teammates go head-to-head, picking out which teams will be victorious.
And we're down to the final four in the iconic Fat Bear Week. That's a competition. It's real. Okay, we're not going to show you. We're going to tease you. There it is.
There he is.
They've got a website. It's real. How you can vote, that's coming up in just a little bit. But now, before we get there, it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Listen, we all know that grocery prices have increased by almost 11% just in the last year. So we're all looking for ways to save here and there, and this is one of those ways. So today I'm going to show you a system of food storage that is safe, BPA-free, reusable, and great for saving space in the fridge. These are Prep Sealer reusable bags. Now, these bags keep food 3 to 4 times longer than an ordinary sandwich or freezer bag. I like to make this a ritual in my life where as soon as I get my groceries, I come home, I unpack everything, wash, dry, cut up the veggies, and I put them all in Prep Sealer bags. It's that simple. Now, fruits, even easier. You simply just place them in a bag and you're done. What's great is that these bags have been scientifically proven to absorb food gases, which not only keeps food fresher, it keeps it fresh much longer. Plus, they're dishwasher and microwave safe. I don't know about you, but I also hate throwing away unused food every week. With Prep Sealer, not only are my avocados not browning as fast, everything is keeping longer. And I'm saving by not having to buy more and more and more. You know what I'm talking about? So right now we're offering up to 40% off, you guys. Take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
an international trend to give up alcohol for 30 days. It's getting a lot of support.
For some people, medical reporter Liz Bonis shares what's behind the idea of Sober October.
Hey there, everybody. Sober October is an initiative which encourages people to give up alcohol for the month, just the month, something those who've struggled with addiction say can have surprising health benefits.
So started when I was about 12 or 13 and ended up not getting sober until I was 23.
J.B. Whitehouse says he's a fan of Sober October because in spite of the way alcohol is an accepted part of many celebrations this month, such as Oktoberfest, in his case, and for his friend Aaron Lane, it was a gateway to addiction.
I struggled with a lot of different substances, alcohol being the first one, and that kind of led into things like pharmaceuticals, pills, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines.
Both are now several years sober and work with others who need comprehensive treatment. They say the first health benefit to giving up alcohol for the month, it can improve how you feel.
It's something to maybe try out, you know, if you're on the fence or you think, maybe I've been drinking too much lately. It's a perfect opportunity, to be able to try Sober October and see how you feel.
Second health benefit to giving up booze for a month, it may help you turn pandemic pitfalls around.
But as a result of the pandemic and people using those substances more, and some people not really being able to stop, something like this month, you can readdress it. You can say, look, if I can stop drinking for even a week, let's see how that could improve my life.
Third reason, no regrets.
Anybody can, that has had a drink or has been drunk before has done something that they regret, right? I believe that is a universal thing. But no one ever regrets getting sober.
By the way, Sober October, just a great way to show support for those you love, even if you're not concerned about your own risk. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonis. Now back to you.
It is so hard to tell anymore what's going to happen on any given Sunday. I mean, we've seen our Ravens come out strong and then lose in the final second. So these picks really at this point are anybody's guess. My challenger for this week's Pigskin Predictions, Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, you ready for this?
Let's do this.
Let's do it. All right. So we've got this Sunday night game, national television, Cincinnati Bengals at Baltimore Ravens. What do you say?
Big division rivalry.
Yes.
We've lost some heartbreakers. We learn our lesson. Justin Tucker kicks the field goal, and we win by a field goal. Ravens.
Okay, I'm with that. Ravens, of course, absolutely. Buffalo Steelers. Pittsburgh Steelers at Buffalo Bills. What do you think?
Buffalo Bills are the real deal.
Oh, my God.
They're the other team from the AFC worth watching.
I know. And we knew that going into last week's game.
We knew that going in, but I don't see how the Steelers can withstand what the Bills have for them this week. So
I don't think so. And you would think the Steelers would want to bounce back after they lost, but I don't know. The Buffalo Bills are on a high
playing at a different level.
They beat us, and now they're at home, so I'm going with the Bills, too.
Josh Allen's the real deal.
LA Chargers at Cleveland Browns.
The Chargers are much better, like the Ravens, than their record indicates, at 2-2.
I mean, their quarterback is amazing.
Justin Herbert. But the Browns had a tough loss against the Falcons. They're going to be at home. Strangely, I think they bounce back, and I think the Browns take this one.
I could go either way on this one. I could make that argument too, but I'm going to go with Herbert. I'm going to go with the Chargers.
All right.
All right, let's see how that one. Crossing my fingers. Miami Dolphins at New York Jets. Dolphins are going through a lot right now.
Dolphins have been a lot. Our prayers continue to be with Tua.
Yeah.
That goes beyond football.
Oh, absolutely. That's the first thing I said to my husband. I'm like, can you imagine his wife and his family and seeing that? I mean, so yes, prayers out to him. But what do you think is going to happen in the game?
Joe Flacco's been playing well. The return of the new quarterback for the Jets. Another division rivalry. They're at home.
Uh-huh.
I think the Jets pull it out.
I'm with you on this one. All right. Dallas Cowboys at LA Rams. This is another interesting one for me because for the Cowboys, Dak Prescott's supposed to be back, but they have done so well with the backup quarterback. So what do you do there?
Will he return? I don't know that it matters. That defense, the Rams are another great team, but I think this is a huge win for the Cowboys on the road.
Really?
Underdogs, but I'm going with the boys this week. I think Cowboys take it at LA.
I'm going with Aaron Donald in the defense. I'm going with the Rams. So we'll see. Fingers crossed. Like I said, this season has been crazy. Share your pigskin predictions with me each week. Just go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
I want them to know that you were special.
A heartbreaking story out of Curtis Bay. Why a mother says Her estranged husband took the easy way out.
Violence strikes again at Perry Hall High School. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, hear how Baltimore County leaders are responding.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Friday, October 7th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we're heading into the weekend. It's going to be a gorgeous weekend, at least in the beginning.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers to explain.
Yeah, I think overall it still is going to be a very nice weekend, guys. I mean, yes, a little cooler tomorrow that we'll have to wake up to some of those fall numbers that are going to be chilly, and you'll need that down comforter or whatever you got, the extra blanket on your bed tomorrow and Sunday morning, too. But everything looking good right now. Our numbers continue to climb. We're already into the 60s, and we're going to see those numbers. Look at the numbers right now. Westminster, Bel Air, Baltimore, Annapolis. This is basically as warm as we get tomorrow afternoon. That's what we're talking about with that change coming. So again, a fall weekend that looks good. 65 next hour. We're all the way to the mid to even upper 70s, and some of us could be close to 80 degrees for today. Those temps well above average. Sun will be up until 6:40 tonight. We'll take a closer look at that weekend forecast right over there, that big green wall, coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
6:40. That's closing in on us. 6:40 sundown. Man. All right, out on the roads, looking much better. We do have a slowdown to make you aware of. This is following that crash on the outer loop in Parkville. But the good news, we've been watching this let up along the crash site there. Only a couple of other yellow spots as you look at the map. They're very teeny tiny ones, looking pretty good here. Coming up on 9:30, Fox 45 News is investigating the crisis in Baltimore County classrooms after Perry Hall High School sees a second big fight in 8 days. And this incident put the school on a brief lockdown.
Yeah, last Wednesday, authorities arresting a juvenile that you see in the video right here because of the fight at the school. Video showing one girl picking up a baseball bat. She says to protect herself against bullying.
Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from Perry Hall High School. And Olivia, we know this isn't the only place this has been happening.
Yeah, Megan, that's right. And students are back in school here right now. But yesterday, Perry Hall High was placed on lockdown after an assault behind the school where one person was taken to the hospital. But this isn't the only violent incident the school has seen recently. And now a growing number of politicians and parents are demanding action. Pat McDonough, the Republican challenger for Baltimore County executive, is blaming his opponent.
They are promoting a policy of discipline that really is no discipline.
This is something that has been ongoing for quite some time. And it seems as if no one is making any attempt to bring this to a close.
This most recent incident comes less than a week after parents and community leaders held a protest outside of the school because of other recent violence. And one community member alleges his niece was attacked by her bullies just a week ago at Perry Hall. And after the incident yesterday, the school's principal sent out a letter to parents notifying them of the assault, saying they went into lockdown out of an abundance of caution and that the incident occurred in the community. Back to you.
Now, Olivia, we heard Pat McDonough, though, putting the blame on current county executive Johnny Olszewski. Has he responded to the recent violence?
Yeah, Tom, he has. Fox 45 News did receive a statement from the current county executive's office saying, quote, he's working to keep schools safe through the expansion of the school resource officer program, hiring more teachers, social workers, and counselors. For now, reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Parents and families participated in a school safety town hall last week, and they invited Superintendent Darrell Williams, but he didn't attend. He was under the microscope at the end of the previous school year. If you remember, in June, the county council called for Williams to be removed as BCPS leader, in part citing school safety. Ultimately, the school board has that say. He is still in charge, and it does appear the county council and superintendent are moving forward.
Turning now to a city in crisis, a mother is sharing her grief with Fox 45 News after the murder of her 15-year-old son. Police say a former Baltimore City police officer killed his stepson in 2021. Desan Jones, his body was found inside a crawl space of Eric Banks' home in Anne Arundel County. Authorities arresting Banks for the murder. This week, though, the former officer entered an Alford plea, meaning he did not admit guilt, but acknowledged the jury would likely find him guilty. Jones' mother, Latrice Banks, says her estranged husband took the easy way out.
Because to me, it doesn't say I did it, but it says there's enough evidence to say I did it. So, let's just say you did it then. Instead, so I still have those feelings that, no, I'm not happy with it.
Well, Banks is scheduled for sentencing December 9th, facing up to 50 years in prison.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a new law targeting dirt bike riding and stunt driving. Mayor Brandon Scott actually signed it on Monday. We know it's going to go into effect in less than 30 days, but its passage does not seem to be deterring people from riding dirt bikes. In fact, check out this dash cam video here. This is from Greenmount Avenue. It was just taken last night. A Fox 45 News photojournalist capturing the video, saying that there were 20 to 30 bikes out there on the street.
Fox 45 News has been pressing city leaders on how they plan to enforce this new law. Councilman Yitchy Slifer, he's gaining the attention of everybody here, hopes it serves more as a deterrent. Now, you can find more on what some other city leaders are saying on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. You know what's coming up soon.
Yep.
We'll get to that in a little bit.
Well, this morning, the Department of Justice is now demanding former President Donald Trump return any classified documents that he might still have in his possession.
And Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with the latest. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right, guys. We have a court filing from the Department of Justice. It was filed on the 30th of August. It was previously sealed, but now has been unsealed. It's the first indication that the Department of Justice has questions about the transparency of the documents they've received. A new report from the New York Times lays out what is in this filing and what the department says they have a reason to believe former President Donald Trump has not returned all of the sensitive paperwork. They're pointing to empty envelopes with top secret banners seized by the FBI at Mar-a-Lago. The Times reporting Trump's lawyers are now preparing to take a more defensive approach. In recent court filings, some of those documents seized include clemency requests, health care documents, IRS forms, and paperwork that appears to be related to the 2020 election. However, as of right now, full details of all documents have yet to be made available. That's the latest in the Live Center. Megan, Tom.
Thank you, Taylor. Today's number of the day goes cross-country. Voters in 36 states will decide on 129 ballot measures at the general election November 8th. Actually, there's a few more than that due to votes earlier this year and some in December. Voters will ultimately go through 137 measures at the polls in 2022. These myriad measures cover everything from abortion, marijuana nationally to local issues like sports betting. psychedelics, and income tax.
When we come back, there is someone that really wants to meet you. Very excited to be on TV. We've got our SPCA Pet of the Week back with us. What you need to do to bring this little one home.
Plus, sunny and warmer day today with temperatures in the 70s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know if the warmth will stick around and just how long. 9:35 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is time to meet the one who has been so excited to meet you, our SPCA Pet of the Week. We're here with Brittany Rogers. She's the digital specialist at the Maryland SPCA, and she is sitting on the floor because that's all Blue wants, is to have love and attention. You have a bag of food over here. He's not interested.
No, I brought peanut butter.
I don't have
hot
the
dogs.
food.
He
I don't
wants
have the food.
kisses.
You told me he's 12 years old, which
Yeah.
seems hard to believe because he is just young and hard and looking too.
Yes, yeah, he's as easy as a senior dog can get. He's got enough spry to enjoy some walkies. He's good with kids. He's polite with other dogs. He's perfectly house trained.
He just wants to sit in your lap.
Oh my gosh, this is all he wants. He just wants all the attention.
Man, he's a cutie. I looked at him. He has kind eyes. I don't know what it is, but he looks at you and it acts as though he cares.
Yeah.
There's something about it. He's just a happy guy.
He's a family dog.
So how do you bring him home?
You can show up to the shelter today at 1 p.m. That's when we open at 3300 Falls Road and ask to meet Blue Senior.
And I asked, is there a Blue Junior?
No.
He's just Blue Senior because he's Blue Senior, and
He's a
that's who
Blue
he
Senior.
is. Oh my gosh. And I didn't mean to gloss over that he's potty trained because that is a huge plus if you're looking for a dog. It's just everything else. He's got everything going for him.
Yeah, he's just a really, really sweet family dog looking for a family.
Good with kids? Do you know yet? Have you
Yes,
seen him
yes, he
around
used to
little
live
people?
with kids.
Oh,
Yep, his
good.
previous owner had kids, and he did great with them. He has wonderful home notes from his previous home. It was just he was brought in for no fault of his own, just a living situation got hard. So somebody did a lot of the socializing and training for you.
And man, you can tell when a dog is used to it. Now here he is with all these cameras in his face, and he's sitting in her lap.
Yeah.
His butt is in your lap.
Yeah,
know he could be there. And again, there's a bag of food behind her. He just wants the love.
He wants the love.
Little Blue Senior,
Blue
I hope you
Senior.
find a home. You deserve it. Brittany, always good to see you.
You too. Thanks,
you. Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
And I apologize for nothing I've ever done because I did it all from a place of purity, and I've been 98% accurate.
The latest developments here in that Alex Jones trial. How much money he's going to have to pay Sandy Hook parents. And the Ravens are getting ready for their big Sunday night game against the Bengals. We're looking back at their other matchups between the Ravens and the Bengals, plus ways to make your tailgate snacks a little healthier. It's 9:41 on Good Day Baltimore.
Yeah, we just had our pet of the week, and he was adorable.
Blue Senior.
So that's at the SPCA. But now we want to talk about clean energy advocates press for more electric vehicles. There's a big challenge that has to do with China.
And that is the topic of this week's cover story on Full Measure. We have Cheryl Atkinson joining us live now with a preview of what challenges we're seeing. Cheryl, good morning.
Good morning. We know China has a lock on a lot of the materials needed to build batteries, including electric car batteries, which are in increasing demand. Sunday on Full Measure, we'll be heading to the mountains in Idaho and looking at a mine, digging deep where they're hoping to become a major supplier of one of these materials, cobalt, hoping to reduce our dependence on China, which a lot of people say is so unwise. So that's our cover story Sunday on Full Measure.
Oh, you also recently returned from Germany, where Ukrainian refugees are arriving in huge numbers. What's the latest there?
Well, this is now the biggest refugee crisis for Europe since World War II. They continue to come every day, a lot of them ending up in Berlin, Germany. And they tell me there, the relief workers, that they don't know what they're going to do because they're now at housing capacity. They're also dealing with a lot of arrivals from war-torn Muslim countries like Syria and Afghanistan. And, you know, it starts to remind me of what's going on at the southern border here with record numbers of illegal border crossers. There's some sort of mass global migration going on with people leaving areas they consider to be undesirable for countries that they consider to be more desirable. Sunday on Full Measure, I'll speak to some of the relief workers in Berlin as well as some of the Ukrainian refugees.
All right, Cheryl, we'll be watching. And you can watch Full Measure as well on Sundays at 10 a.m. and 11 p.m.
9:45 now, and making your headlines this Friday morning is now up to a jury to decide how much money Alex Jones owes in damages to the Sandy Hook families.
Jones and his company were found guilty of libel for claiming the 2012 elementary school shooting was a hoax on his InfoWars radio show.
And Sandy Hook families sued Jones, saying they received death threats from listeners who believed that they were just crisis actors.
Outside of the courtroom, Jones has continued to bash the proceedings. Those rants became evidence yesterday.
I am so sick of their lies and their fraud. I don't believe anything they say. And I apologize for nothing I've ever done because I did it all from a place of purity, and I've been 98% accurate.
Reiterating their claims of being harmed and harassed.
Well, attorneys for the families called for an award of $550 million, tying it to the number of social media views he got for making the false claims. SpaceX, meantime, making history.
Yeah, Colonel Nicole Mann is now the first female Marine and first Indigenous woman to lead a NASA space flight.
It's incredible to be in space. Mom, look, I'm finally in space.
That's amazing. The 45-year-old is part of the SpaceX Crew 5 mission that launched Wednesday from Cape Canaveral. They docked at the International Space Station yesterday afternoon to start a 5-month stay. And that's kind of what it's all about there is, look, Mom, here's this woman done amazing things, but it starts with a kid dreaming to do that.
Right, and being able to do it, and now being able to say that, internationally. Say, look, Mom, I did it.
Here I am.
Here. Yeah. All right, well, basically, a lot of kids are going to be going outside this weekend to say, look, Mom, look, Dad, look what I'm doing, right?
Oh, no.
Beautiful weather.
That's always terrifying when just hearing that. What are you doing now?
What now?
Watch again.
Oh, my gosh.
It's funny, too, because you think like, hi, Mom, I'm in space. But then you think about when you get on TV, right? You go to a Ravens game or Orioles game, you're like, hi, Mom, I'm on TV. You're like, you always want to wave to Mom, right? And now I'm on TV, and I get to say hi, Mom, all the time. She doesn't watch, but it's okay. It's okay. She lives, it's almost like 7 o'clock in the morning out there in Reno. So she's, she's sound asleep when I'm on TV. But mom-in-law?
Mom-in-law, yeah, Diane.
Hi, Mom-in-law.
Hi,
Hello.
Diane.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello there. Nice to see you. I haven't met you yet. Hopefully I will one day. If the Rogers ever have me over. Rogers had me over like twice, and I've never been allowed back at their house. I wasn't invited both of those times, and I'm not invited back ever again, so apparently it's all good. All right, 62 is your temp right now in Towson. Good morning to you. We're looking good at temperatures and golf scores. Man, 60s and 70s, that'd be amazing. But 74 by noon today, golfers, if you do want to get out there and hit the links, and almost 80 degrees this afternoon. Maybe a 1-club wind later today because that wind is going to pick up just a bit. Mid to upper 70s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 75 Chestertown, Stevensville. 79 in Baltimore this afternoon. That's the number we hit yesterday. So this typically is about lower 70s for the first week of October. Look at these numbers and all the orange right there along the mid-Atlantic East Coast. Looking great. But look what happens just to the west. Cleveland, Columbus, Pittsburgh, all in the 50s today. We are getting in on some of that colder air. Look at that. Tomorrow, our numbers drop significantly by about 16 degrees all the way down into the lower 60s for our highs. Then we're right back up into the mid to upper 60s into Sunday and Monday, and eventually starting to see those 70s return next week. Here comes the cold front, so we'll be warm ahead of that as that front passes through late tonight into tomorrow. We'll see more of the drier air coming in. It'll be a bit breezy as well. So chilly start Saturday and Sunday morning, but Sunday afternoon looks great, as does Monday. And really, we keep the rain out of our forecast until the end of next week. One final shout out to Matthew and Manny right there. That is Manny the dog, not Manny our producer, but I appreciate that. Always love getting those pet pics. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, we're staying dry. Ravens game and the weather looks great Sunday night. We'll be a little bit warmer next week and really not tracking rain until next Thursday.
All right, well, let's talk about Sunday night. Taking a live look over M&T Bank Stadium this morning, where the Ravens will be squaring off against the Bengals Sunday night, 8:20.
After suffering their 5th straight home loss dating back to 2020, the Ravens are in bounce-back mode here against divisional rival Cincinnati.
Now, last season, the Bengals, embarrassed the Ravens, putting 41 points on the board and winning both matchups between the two teams.
And while the Ravens haven't forgotten about the losses, of course, they're not looking to bring up the past here, but instead looking forward to Week 5. You can catch the game this Sunday on NBC. Kickoff scheduled for 8:20 p.m.
Now, football season is in full swing, obviously, and that usually means a lot of snacking and typically unhealthy foods.
Sometimes. Kristen Kirkpatrick, though, a registered dietitian from Cleveland Clinic, says there's ways to keep the game healthy. Here we go. She recommends only eating when you're hungry and avoiding mindless snacking, which is tough when the game gets intense and, you're just doing your thing. She also says consuming lots of alcohol, that can impact your thought process when it comes to choosing foods.
Now, Kirkpatrick also suggests baking wings or using an air fryer, sorry, Justin, to make the recipe a little bit healthier. You may also want to keep food in your kitchen or dining room once people have all eaten, right, to help avoid the temptation when they're sitting right there in front of you. You can see them, smell them, and grab. That does work.
Because I'm not going to leave to go get it.
To go get it?
Yeah. Well, in today's bright spot, it's good to have snacks for these guys. We're talking about some love for the big boys.
That's because Fat Bear Week voting is officially underway, pitting some of Alaska's biggest bears against each other.
I don't know why I love this so much. It's just fun. This week is a celebration of old friends. If you've been watching this, we've got a little more cargo. The fat makes this winter's hibernation more comfortable. So they're looking for this. They want this.
Yeah, that's number 164 versus 435 Holly. How come 164 doesn't get a name?
Maybe it's yet to be named.
Final four are left here, and two have great matchups. You see these squaring off against each other. But 4-5 gets Holly. Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we're showing some other ones.
Chunk is back. 747 is going against 32 Chunk. I remember Chunk from last year. If that's the same guy, he was in the final four.
Chunk's on the right.
Yeah.
747 looks like a 747.
I agree.
Right? Boy, that's a big bear.
So
camera angle too.
That's true. I don't know. I'm going with 747 this year. Chunk might have lost his chunk. He might have been listening to Kirkpatrick's diet recommendations.
Well, if you'd like to cast your vote for your favorite big boy or big girl, head to explore.org/fatbearweek. Champion will be crowned October 11th.
That's just around the corner here. Well, still ahead, after the break, meteorologist Justin Chambers is back. He's breaking down that big 10-day forecast. 9:52. Oh, no, the shoes just came off. You getting comfy?
No, 9:55 is your time right now. Looking out over the gorgeous Inner Harbor, which you do not want to swim in, all right, even though it's cleaner. Taking a look at your 10-day forecast. Upper 70s today, 60s tomorrow and into the weekend. And notice next week we stay dry. Really, the next chance for rain isn't until Thursday. And then on that 10-day forecast next weekend, we'll be in the 60s
What's
as well.
happening here?
Some
A lot's
fall
happening.
weekend,
I just want to say,
comfy.
Taylor, thanks for keeping your shoes on and
thank
keeping
you.
it classy.
We have to keep
I
this
just
together
gotta-
here because I'm a bit.
It's Fun Sock Friday, that's all.
Yeah, confused would be that word. Yeah.
When Justin shows you his socks, he points his toes.
I do. Because you have to see
That's
the whole.
actually,
just kind of-
that's actually not a bad point. Like that's a dancer's toe.
Right?
I know.
Thank you.
It is a nice point. That's
So
really
this is
good.
the Oriole bird. You want to see my calves? They're amazing. The Oriole bird socks. That's what they are.
He does brag about his calves.
Yeah, I do. So,
Is
anyway,
it Friday or the weekend?
Huh?
Is it Friday or the weekend?
It's already
pretty much there.
Yeah, pretty much
something.
Yeah,
We
the rails on this show came off about 6:02.
You were sharing a lot today. Jess out of town. Is your wife out of town?
Oh, yeah. She's out of town.
You were
She's out
sharing.
of town. Yeah.
You were venting a lot today.
Yeah. Anyway, we're all good. Hope you guys have a great weekend. Purple Friday. We got
Purple
the Ravens
Friday.
game Sunday night, so have a great weekend. Enjoy.
Heart Walk
Be
tomorrow.
safe. And the
Heart
Heart Walk
Walk
tomorrow,
morning.
yeah.
Yeah.
With Tom
We'll see you
Bicep.
back here Monday morning. We're going to keep all the muscles undercover.